Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We had a little, had a little. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I said that the time was 1 p.m. my time, but actually it was. I meant to say it was Sister Juana's time. It was Sister Juana's 1 p.m. her time. So she's here. She's been waiting on me for a little while. So I apologize to her. I'm gonna bring her up. She's ready to come up. And thank y'all for understanding. Sorry about that. Here we go. Sister Juana. Bring her up. She's ready to come up. And thank y'all. I think you got it open somewhere on your side.
Yeah, I got the cell phone going. I got the laptop going. I'm
You
trying
got
to,
it.
I'm trying to, I'm trying to do a better black life,
All right,
brother.
right on. Right on, Sister Juana. All right, so we you asked me to have a discussion with you about race, okay, and CRT, which is what we're gonna do. And basically, if you can summarize what it is that made you decide that you want to have this discussion.
Okay. First of all, I just want to say thank you, Brother Clarence, for being willing to do this.
Absolutely.
It's very gracious of you. You're a very gracious content creator,
Thank
very,
you,
gr-
Brother Clarence,
very
for
gracious human being. Um, I was just thinking this morning when I woke up, Brother Clarence, about how, on Sunday mornings you used to start your program, and I'd be doing my prep work on the taco truck, and I'd have you on, and I'd be listening to you go over the daily news, go over everything, and I remember how we would, sometimes it would just be you and I,
Yeah.
conversing, but that was okay with me because I was like, this is a man who I have so much respect for because of the way he listens to people. He allows people to speak their piece, but he's also, I can hear in your voice and in your heart and in your message, Brother Clarence, how you actually do care about people and you want people to know what's going on and you want to, and you got a lot of knowledge, you got a lot of wisdom, and you want people to have a better life in relationships. You give talks on, health, you go into politics, and so I really appreciate that type of content coming from someone such as yourself, because as you know, these YouTube streets, as you can watch, I mean, it's crazy. Like you say, brother, what do you always say, Brother Clarence? Holy smokes.
Holy smokes, man. Yeah.
People out here wilding out, they cursing each other out, men against women and
Yeah.
women against men, and it's
Yeah.
like this big,
Yeah.
mess. But it's always been refreshing to come to your channel, and it was none of that. It was
Appreciate
helpful and insightful, and you continue to do that. I'm so proud of you, and that's why I support you, Brother Clarence, because you continue to strive for excellence, not just the typical, downing other people and going back and forth. If you do bring up somebody, is you always give them opportunity to come up and explain themselves, and I just want to let you know that I have a lot of respect for you, a lot of love for you, and I'm a big supporter of yours. And no matter where this conversation goes from today, whether in the future, I want you to always hold true to this, that you have my support, unwavering, you have my respect, and you have my love.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I feel that. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Juana.
Thank you.
Appreciate
You're welcome.
it. Man.
So, what your question was, why did I want to have this conversation about race?
Right.
It's what everybody's talking about. It's what we're always talking about. If we're not talking about relationships, we're talking about race.
Right.
But from my vantage point, we're not. The conversation, I feel, sometimes gets a little misguided, and it gets overly emotional. And sometimes I feel that a lot of the information is not quite clear. It doesn't have a lot of clarity, or it's just simply flat out wrong. Um, Sometimes people don't bring their research, but Brother Clarence, I brought research, I brought
Okay.
paperwork, I got what the young people call, I got receipts.
Got respect, Sister Wanda. All right. That's right. We want to see it.
And
Marcus, shout out to him. All right.
yeah, but I just wanted to start a conversation because all the conversations that I've heard really, really aren't hitting the mark. So I think you and I can really start a true conversation
Wow.
on race,
Wow.
and I think it could be beneficial. Um, I'll let you determine that. Of course, you're the content creator, and I am a woman, and you're a man. I'm here to help. I'm your helpmeet.
Appreciate you. I
I,
appreciate
I see that you are a very structured individual, and you're trying to reach a goal of helping people. And I'm here to help you do that if I'm allowed to. And you're very gracious to have me on here today.
I,
Thank
I,
you.
I appreciate you. You know what? I get a lot of flack, Sister Wanda. I mean, I get a lot of flack. You brought this person on. How could you do that? You brought that person on. How could you do that? You with this, you trying to deal with this person. How could you do? I mean, I get a lot of shots. I'm talking about from within my circle, right? I ain't even talking about outside my circle. I'm talking about within my circle. I get like, how could you bring this person on? If this person's on, I'm not coming on. I get that a lot. I mean, it's not just one person says that. I get that a lot. So, but I try to educate them and say, we got to be able to show each other that we can dialogue. Just because this person's on this side of the street and I'm on this side of the street, we can still meet in the middle somewhere and at least discuss the issue. We don't have to like what's the word get to get to fisticuffs just because we got a difference of opinion. And that's what I'm trying to show to people. That's the unsaid thing that I'm trying to show. Just because I disagree with chaotic and I don't agree with his views doesn't mean I'm scared to listen to what he's got to say. As long as he doesn't disrespect me, I don't disrespect him. I can hear what he got to say, and then I can tell my view. Same thing with Sister Wanda. I love her, but I may not agree with her on everything. Okay, cool, but we can still have a discussion. I don't have to be afraid. I'm not gonna let her talk because no. But see, that's the unseen thing that I'm trying to teach here, and it goes right over a lot of people's heads. But anyway, that being said, Sister Wanda, they don't want to hear me talking. They want to hear you talking and you lay out your case. So, without further ado, let's do it.
Well, I don't want to make this, I don't want to make this some kind of like classroom situation. It's
No, no,
Saturday, it's Saturday. Let's
it ain't us.
yeah, let's treat it like this. It's two friends, or since we're having this content in front of the world, this conversation, let's treat it like we all in a barbershop. You
Okay,
know, you
good.
know, let's keep it informal. Have fun. Just be respectful as we always are. Let's keep it respectful. I even wrote down, Brother Clarence. I wrote down a note to myself: "Do not interrupt."
Good for you. Good for you.
So
Good for
whenever I feel myself, getting anxious, because you and I, this is you and I we're OGs, but we go at it. You know,
you.
we're gonna have a civil discourse, but you and I, we bring out the hands, but
Yeah,
we put Vaseline on those hands,
yeah,
so we don't throw no too harsh blows.
yeah,
But you and I, we don't always, you're right, we don't always disagree. And something else, Brother Clarence, I don't always agree with everything CT says. I remember on one of your shows, you after I left, you saying, you have to forgive Sister Juana, CT. That's her boy.
yeah.
Now on certain things though, I don't agree with him. But here's the thing about me. I try to, not always. I'm not always successful. But if I disagree, I try to keep that to myself, uh, or I'll ask a question. Now, you'll probably interpret that I disagree with what you're saying because I'm asking a question. But sometimes it's genuine. I want clarity, or sometimes I just want to hear that side of it because I actually I do disagree. But I don't agree with. I don't walk lockstep in with the brother. I believe we all deserve respect, and one of the things I want to speak about today that I do agree with CT is that I do feel that as a people, I think sometimes we get so emotional that we miss the important points.
Okay.
Whenever the topic comes up about race, um, and we don't have to be. I sometimes feel that you know, when we're speaking to one another, we have to at least have a clear goal of the results that we want to achieve.
Absolutely.
You
Absolutely.
know, on the outset, from the beginning, have a clear, direction where we want what we want to achieve. But sometimes I feel that some of us, not all, some of us just want to be heard, and I understand that. Some of us want to get our points off. I understand that. Those things are fair. But some people are just there to be disruptive, and that's not really going to help us as a people. But what can help us as a people, I think, is to operate on some type of a code with one another, a respect code. Now, Brother Clarence, I told you I used to be an atheist.
Right.
But even when I was an atheist and when I thought those atheist views, I patterned myself to continue to have respect for people, regardless. And when I came back around to God's side and started, reading more in Scripture, I found that the Bible is really a great teaching tool for how to interact with the world around us that God created.
Right.
He gives us specifics on from what to eat, from what to say, how to speak, when to go, when to leave, when to plant, when to sow, when to harvest, when to have wrath, when to rage, when to pull back, who to sleep with, who not to sleep with. We can go on and on. While I'm saying that, if you don't mind, Brother Clarence, I'd like to begin some of my talking points with scripture.
Absolutely.
And I hope that everyone within the sound of my voice will allow me a little grace while I do that, because it's important to understand that words are things, thoughts are things. So when I'm reading scripture and I'm reading the words, particularly Philippians 4:8,
Okay.
if you go there with me, brother, I know you follow a Muslim faith,
Yes.
and I have a lot of respect for that faith. And but in Philippians 8:4-8, it says, "Finally, brothers, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think on these things."
Okay.
Now, when I read that, it makes me feel so good, because what it's pretty much saying to us is to be positive in your thoughts and be positive in your words. But most importantly, let's be positive in our thoughts, because thoughts are things. Actually, thoughts carry a lot of frequency. I'm reading for, you see me looking down, it's because I wrote a few notes. I didn't just come here, I didn't want to waste your time.
All right.
So
You're all right.
I took a couple notes on things that I wanted to say.
Take your time.
But thoughts do carry a frequency, they carry energy. So when you constantly think on negative things, uh, it creates a negative frequency. When you think on positive things, you create a positive frequency.
Okay, let me stop you right there, Sister Wanda. Can I? Just for a
Yes, sir.
second, because a lot of times we can say stuff and we know what we mean, but the other people out there don't know exactly what we mean. So when you say that, what you just said, what exactly do you mean? Like, can you give me a working example of what you're talking about?
So our world, our universe, actually is vibrating.
Okay,
There's is vibrating. It's constantly moving. Energy, matter, molecules, atoms, our voice inflection, our tone. Once we ascribe meaning to words, they carry out a frequency into the universe, into this vibrational environment.
okay.
Is that going too deep, or do I need to try to
Oh, you can go
expound?
as deep as you want to go here. I just
So,
want
so
people, because you know what, Sister Wanda, sometimes people just say stuff like this: have faith. But see, that's difficult. What does a person actually mean? What does that exactly mean? So when you saying the words I say is going to create a condition, a visible condition out here, I want the people to know, okay, what exactly is she talking about? So you can explain it yourself what you mean, because I know what you mean. So far, I'm with you, but I want other people to know what you're talking about.
for example, how I am impressing upon you today, this afternoon, do you feel my energy is? I won't put words in your mouth. I won't lead you. How do you perceive my energy and my interaction with you thus far, so far?
In my opinion, I see you humbly trying to share some information that may help someone. That's what I see. You know what I mean? I don't see somebody trying to push anything. I see somebody humbly trying to, share some information that might help someone, knowing that may not help everybody. Some may pick it up, some may not. You know, we're the same, like spirit in that regard. So I get it. I get it. I get it. But a lot of times, see, uh, I'm so critical because I know people will hear what you say and they may not understand fully what you're saying. For example, that's why I want you to explain it fully, because I got it, but I want them to hear everything you're saying, because sometimes we'll say, "Oh, just pray," and people be like, "Just pray." What do they mean? They don't even know how to pray. They don't even know why they should pray, or what they should be praying for, or what they should be thankful that certain prayers you prayed for didn't come true. That's God helping you that you didn't get that prayer, right? You don't even know. But I'm saying that's why I'm saying, so I may at times interrupt you, and I apologize for that, just to get you to give more clarity to the audience. Okay, a lot of people gonna watch this on the replay. They may not be a lot of them in here now, but a lot of them gonna watch on the replay, and I want them to understand what you're saying. Please continue, Sister Wanda.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that the audience understands that when I say words have meaning and thoughts are things, the way that I'm speaking with you right now, am I making you feel uneasy?
No, not at all.
Am I making you feel threatened that I'm going to say something to possibly embarrass you or anger you?
Not at all.
And
Never.
do you
But
do you do you know why that is?
I would like you to explain it.
It's because the frequency that I'm putting out. It's because of the energy that I'm putting out. It is because of the goodwill and intention that I'm putting out. Using my voice, using the words that I'm using, quoting scripture that is positive, setting the tone for a positive interaction.
Okay.
That's frequency. That's the frequency that I'm trying to propose upon the platform today. And see, we can do that. We can do that with our body language, my smile, and I do stuff
Pretty
with my
smile.
hands, you know. when I joke with you and we say "Holy smokes," and you know, and when we laugh at one another and we give each other grace and listen to each other, it's setting a tone into the universe, into the frequency. I am manifesting as we speak the interaction that I have a goal of the result that I want to achieve. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, so when I say that it's important to think on positive things and to focus on positive words and use positive language, it is because when God first spoke, uh, He spoke, and these things He spoke of became reality. They
Okay.
became so.
Right.
Likewise, and because our Creator, wants us to be like the Creator, the words that we speak have intention and meaning, and that's why it's very important to use words properly and to understand the words that we're using, how we use them, why we're using them, and to use them with intentionality and not flippantly.
Right.
One of those words that I'd like to speak on today is the term black,
Okay.
because we're talking about race.
Okay.
Um, a lot of people aren't aware of this, Brother Clarence, but black is a derogatory term.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to give a lecture. I want this to be a dialogue back and forth. Now, I know you use the term black,
Hmm.
and I don't think, but I'm gonna let you respond. When you use the word black, and when you use the word black, you're using it as a positive. So, but and we when we research the word and we research where it began and how it started being used and why it was used, and 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 we see that the word actually was meant to be derogatory against a great group of people, a proud people with a noble history, not always positive, but still noble nonetheless. Is used as a pejorative. It's used to demean us. It's used to disgrace us. Uh, it's used to blot out our positive history. It's used to actually cover over, as a covering, to blight out anything that people who look like you and I have done in the world. And so just let me read to you some things that I found.
Absolutely. Take your time.
Um, and I'm reading, this is from an article. And the
Okay.
article, Brother Clarence, is called "Should the Term Black to Describe People of African Origin Be Retired?" That's the name of the article. And the brother who wrote it, his name is VAVA.
Okay.
That's his first name, VAVA.
Okay.
And his last name is Tampa, like Tampa Bay.
Okay.
He's an author, and he
Okay.
has a website, vava.tampa.
Okay.
Um, so I've given you the title of the article, and I'm going to read his words, not mine, and I want to see what you think about it. And it's a very short article, so and since you've allowed this one-on-one, I'm gonna go ahead and read this.
Okay.
The writer says, the terms black and Negro were coined to dehumanize people from the African continent, to serve the imperialist and colonial agendas of Europe and the US. I have a confession. I have a list of words I avoid using. They turn me off. Whether or not they are italicized or direct quotes, they range from civilized to Americans, blind use of race to the French pronoun tu.
Okay.
On top of my list today is black, not the color, which I find beautiful. I resent being called black. I find it offensive and the continued dehumanization of people of African origin in the United States and across the world, particularly, the term black, or to use its Spanish translation, Negro, did not enter everyday speech corrupted. In fact, in its Indo-European origin, scholars will tell you black, which used to mean fire, shining, white, or flashing in various bright colors, was dry and negative association and without racial connotations. But for the past 400 years, since the arrival of the first Africans from the Dongo region of the Congo Kingdom in the British colony of Jamestown in 1619, in what would become the US, it has taken on a darker meaning and became the preferred European way to refer to us. This was neither accidental nor an accident. In fact, imperialism and colonialism could not have become established as European institutions if we were called African. It's a bold, some would say simplistic statement, and I make it for a good reason. Labels are powerful. They can express or reinforce a positive social identity, and they can also activate hostility. Depicting or labeling one's perceived opponent negatively has throughout history been a prerequisite for tragedy of crimes of an international nature. In Nazi Germany, Jews were portrayed as subhuman. Before that, Leopold's Congo, locals were called indigenine or backwards. In Rwanda in 1994, the Tutsis were called cockroaches by their Hutu killers. And the Rohingya in Myanmar are pejoratively called Bengali. The same logic applied in the heyday of imperialism. Africans had to be dehumanized in a European society to facilitate their enslavement, colonization, and exploitation of their land, hence the label black. Because calling them African, or in their Yoruba or Binga or Shanti or Ibu or Mandinka or Congo names, recognizes their humanity, history, culture, and heritage. Throughout much of the last 400 years, to keep African people in a subordinate position, the term black or noir in European politics, literature, or popular culture has been used both literally and figuratively to mean anything and everything nasty, evil, terrible, dreadful. God and anything pure and innocent or right is white. These negative attributes have not only tortured the self-concept, self-esteem, or progress of the African people in the United States, Europe, and across the world, they have also consciously or subconsciously for the past 400 years shaped the mind, the views, assumptions, and prejudices of our neighbors, colleagues at work, teachers in schools, potential employers, media, and police. This is why Black lives still do not matter. Even when black is used to bring attention to the plight of African American in Sanford Ferguson, Cleveland, and Staten Island, and in parts of London and Britain, stop and search is overwhelmingly targeted on black men. Judges often hand black men harsher sentences, and teachers in school tend to gear their black students towards music or sports. You see a similar vein of bias even in global politics. I can still recall an exchange I once had with a respectable US diplomat over the world's silence on the wars that have killed over 6 million people in the Democratic Republic of Congo. His response was simple and disarming. The world does not care, he said. because you are Black. And concluded by saying, I might not have observed that if I had not spent over 5 years in two different ambassadorial assignments in Africa. But having done so, I say now what seems obvious to me with confidence and with sorrow. This debate is not new. Indeed, the word Negro only receded in oral and printed use as recent as 1989 when Reverend Jesse Jackson's campaign, a year earlier, made it more vulnerable to criticism. Yet, strangely, Black continues to be used almost without objection. Media houses use it in oral or written expressions. Politicians toss it around, sometimes inoffensively. Comedians, novelists, poets, artists, academics, and even leading figures in African communities in the US, Europe, and Caribbean and elsewhere use it interchangeably with African, African American, or Afro Caribbean. Others self label themselves as means of conveying some sort of sense of solidarity within and between former colonized, oppressed, or enslaved communities. For me, Black and Negro are two sides of the same coin. They are inherently derogatory labels imposed on Africans to discredit their humanity. A way you look at it, a way you look at it to continue to call us by labels we were called in plantations and its after party is at the very least immoral, if not racist. Unexamined as it might be, we are not Black. No, Black or Negro has ever existed in Africa. We are Africans. Now, thank you for allowing me that, brother. I tried to do it justice and read it quickly so I wouldn't bore anyone, but I didn't want anyone to miss the message. See, it'd be different if we came up with this to call ourselves this, but we did it. See, imagine me calling you something, I just make it up, and I just start calling you that. I keep calling you that, and I keep calling you that. And you know that old adage: if you keep repeating a lie long enough, it becomes true. People start to believe it. And see, this has been perpetuated on our people for so long. We actually believe this. It doesn't make any sense to me. And this is what doesn't make any sense. You have Japanese people, you have Chinese people, you have Irish people, you have Italians, you have French, Black. It don't even go. You remember Sesame Street, Brother Clarence?
I do.
You remember that part on Sesame Street where they put four different things
Yeah.
in a frame, and
One
one
of
of
the
them doesn't belong there.
yeah, I remember.
Let's play that game.
Okay.
Imagine Japanese, French, Irish, Black. Do you see something that doesn't belong? What is
Uh,
the difference? What is the difference? What is the difference that you see here? Japanese, Irish, French, Black.
you are you asking me or
I'm
you just
asking you
okay?
because I don't want this to be a. I'm not a lecturer.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't graduate. I didn't
Well,
graduate. I didn't graduate college.
you're doing
I'm
well.
not a. I'm not. I just think. I just think.
Okay.
Okay, and you're a thinker.
I'll try.
So let's go over this.
Okay. First,
Japanese.
first of all, hold on, Sister Wanda. Let me shout out a couple people in the chat. I want to shout out Brother D. Appreciate you stopping by. Brother Arshan. Appreciate you stopping by. Sema. Glad to have you in the building. Sister Don Harden. Glad to have you in the building. And Hood Conservative Culture and Politics Review. Glad to have you in the building. Sit tight. Sister Juana is a piece of work, man. She is going to tell us what we need to know, and we're going to discuss it. But guess what? It won't be nobody hollering and screaming at nobody. It won't be nobody fussing and fighting. It'll just me and my sister talking about it. So, and we do see things from a different angle a little bit. So, but I just want to shout out everybody in the chat. Thank y'all for stopping through. Okay, Sister Wanda, back on the program. Now, what were you saying?
I want you to tell me what you see when I do this. When I say Japanese,
Okay.
French,
Okay.
Irish, Black.
Okay. Now it's going to be from the perspective of what I was taught. Okay. But what I see there is I see 3 of those things are nationalities. When I say nationalities, I mean they describe a person who is specifically, most likely, from a specific part of the world. There's a specific landmass that they are from. Now, we were taught in a nation that we're the Asiatic black men, meaning we have been all over the world. So we don't have to connect ourselves with one landmass. We don't have to do that. So that's where I'm coming from. But we were taught we don't have to connect ourselves. We were already all over this planet before any of these people got here. So for us to say, oh, we're Africans, meaning that that's only where we can be from, or we can have an origin from. That's not that. So that's how we was taught. So we don't have to just be from this landmass. We can be, and that's probably our origination, probably most likely for most of us. But we already been all over this planet many times. So we didn't have to connect ourselves with one particular landmass. Now, where does the black come in? Why do we use the word black? Because we typically have a similar issues, no matter where we are on the planet. If we're not, even in Africa, we have similar issues, because even when you get a lot of black people together, you know what I'm saying, like the situation in Rwanda with the Tutsis and all that, you will have this classism that comes into play, even with black people. And it's been going on before. We can't say, oh, this white people brought this into the situation. No, we've had issues like this before they even got here. So that's where the black comes in. It's really like to say you are most likely from the African continent, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what you have to claim. We all have the same issue, and we all should rally together to try to fix these issues. That's where I'm coming from with it.
Okay, respectfully, brother. Now, you pointed out 3 things that are similar in the illustration that I gave you.
Correct.
And so I want us to stay on that same page. Now, you said 3 of those things were nationalities: Japanese, French, and Irish. What is black? Is that a nationality?
I'm not saying it's a nationality, because it can't be a nationality, because to be a nationality, you have to connect it to a landmass, right?
I love you.
A landmass, right?
I love you.
Black
Thank
people,
you.
like I said before, we were taught that we are the Asiatic black man. We're the Asiatic black man. There was a point in time before any of these other people, white, Chinese, and Latino, a lot of these other races, before they actually came around, the whole planet was called Asia, just from my teaching. So I'm just going from my teachings. I know everybody doesn't understand, accept that, but I'm just going for the teachings of Most High. So there's a point on this planet where it was called Asia, where we would go over different parts of the planet seeking the best of what it had to offer. And we found that in Africa, it settled on the best part. We settled on the best part of the planet, which was Africa, right? But it wasn't called Africa because the man that named Africa, that Africa was named after, wasn't even around at that point. So, but it was just called the best part, or the Eden, or it was just the best part of the planet. Therefore, we didn't have to call ourselves black, because there were no distinctions at that time. And so therefore, I hear what you're saying, but black has been used. It's been used as a rallying cry. No matter where you from, you from the Dominican, you from South America, you from wherever you living at. If you can identify with the issues that we got going on, then you should join us to try to help us deal with those issues. That's where I think most black people look at it like that. I think most of them look at it like because they look at certain physical characteristics. For example, a high level of melanin in the skin. The eyes, maybe the nose, maybe they look for physical characteristics to identify a person that is quote unquote black. Because I see this a lot of times where um, people who have what they call mixed blood, and they will not, uh, where the other race won't accept them, and then our own people won't accept them. But if they got some of our blood, then there's some of our people. That's the way I look at it, right? Because in the reality of it, if it came down to it, if they had the physical characteristics to look like us, even if they're mixed, you know, there's some people that will deal with them like they deal with us in a negative way. So that's why I say that's why most black people will look at it that way because they feel like, hey, this person got the same physical characteristics, then they probably enduring the same treatment that we're enduring. And so we should all work together to try to fix that situation.
Okay, brother, you said this is how most black people will look at it.
In
I'm
America.
ask, I'm asking you to tell me about what is, not how somebody is choosing to look at it.
Okay.
We both agree that Japanese, French, and Irish are nationalities. Do we agree?
I definitely agree with that.
Okay, we definitely agree that black is not a nationality. Do we agree?
Right.
Okay, can you see your voice goes down when you say that? Would you say it louder for Arshawn
I
in the
would
chat
agree. I would agree
that
that black
black
is not
is not a
nationality.
nationality?
Right. Yeah. Of course.
Okay, okay. So we just identified a problem. See,
What's the problem?
and because I heard everything that you were saying, and a lot of it I agree with. But what I'm trying to hone into, because remember, I have a goal. I have an end goal for a result that I'm trying to get to. As I spoke in the beginning, I'm not just out here trying to take up your time. I have a goal in mind.
Okay.
And see, I think you can help me reach that goal because, like I said, you're a very impressive person, intelligent person. You have a lot of wisdom. And
Yes.
so, by you just clarifying on air that black is not a nationality, no matter how I look at it, no matter how you look at it, no matter how our Sean Dave looks at it, no matter how anyone who comes up here to say whatever they have to say without receipts, we agree that the term black to denote a group of people is not even a nationality. So now, do we understand that on the world stage, we operate based on nationalities? For instance, when you go to the UN, right?
Right.
When you go to UN and you see those African diplomats sitting there with their headphones on and they listening and they got their little name tags in the front, nowhere in front of any of them does it say black.
Right.
But I'll tell you what it does say. It'll say Chad, the country. It'll say Nigeria. It'll say Egypt. It'll say Democratic Republic of Congo. It'll say South Africa. These things are important. These are recognizable terms that everyone else agrees, just like you and I are in agreement. And the Bible says where the two are in agreement, God is in the midst. So
Okay.
right now, you and I are in agreement, and God is in the middle of it.
Okay.
And see, what I want everybody to understand who can hear the sound of my voice and hear my face, see my face, is to understand I'm not here to put down anyone. As you can see, I look just like all of you. I grew up right here in the so-called United States. I grew up in the South. I went to public schools. I'm no different from anyone here, but I am mindfully thinking about the things and the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Okay.
Okay. So there's a reason why when you see on C-SPAN or you see leaders on the UN and they got their name tags in front of where they're from, where they're representing, why it never says black. And I want people to begin to think about these things. It's not going to say black because what is it? By definition, what is, Brother Clarence, the term black mean?
But it depends on who you ask, though, Sister Wanda.
No,
Now, if you
sir. No,
ask,
sir. Excuse me, forgive me. No, sir. That's not how language works. It
okay,
does not depend on who you ask. These are quantifiable, identifiable things. We keep talking about receipts. You can look up receipts in the dictionary or Google or wherever and look up the term, and it will tell you it's from its root form, how it's transformed, how it was transliterated, and what it means, how it's used, why it was used. And so I'm asking you today, and I'm asking everyone in the chat, what does black even mean? See, this is what the nation, the brothers in the prison with Minister Malcolm X in the prison when they pulled him aside in the movie. Remember the movie about Malcolm X that Spike Lee did? And remember the scene in the movie when there was another prisoner who was in the nation. He pulled him aside and he said, "Brother, look, I want you to look up these terms. I want you, because you're all, I'm black and I'm proud, but I want you to look at these terms that we're using." And see, unfortunately, even in the nation, they use the term still, but see, again, like you said earlier, they're using it as a rallying cry. So if the Nation of Islam uses black, then it must be okay. But even Spike Lee tried to show us that if you look it up, like, thank you, brother Hood's Conservative Culture and Politics Review. It says, please put the definition on the screen.
yeah, I'm trying to.
Because earlier he said these things have meanings. These are just flippant terms, and see, it's important that, see, brother, if I start calling you something, Brother Clarence, I know you're going to try to figure out what it is that I mean when I call you that.
Absolutely.
And so it matters not what this person thinks I mean or what that person thinks I mean. You need to know what I mean when I call you something. And I want everyone to understand the terms that they're using when they speak so that we all can get to a certain place of understanding and fellowship and relationship.
All right, I was trying to make it bigger, dog. Can't make it any bigger. Okay. Can I read the definition real quick?
Please do.
Okay. Black, of the very darkest color, owing to the absence of or complete absorption of light, the opposite of white, of any human group having dark colored skin, especially of African or Australian Aboriginal ancestry. Black color or pigment make something black, blacken, uh, refuse to handle goods, undertake or have dealings with a person or business as a way of taking industrial action. That is your definition of black. Okay, so can I respond to what you were saying, Sister Wanda?
Please do.
Okay, so words only mean what the people understand. So if the people are like me and you right now. I took a lot of mathematics courses. I was going to be an engineer, so I took a lot of mathematics courses, and I could be talking about trigonometry. Um, I could be talking in terms of trigonometry, integral calculus. I could be talking about those types of things, right? Those types of mathematics. But if you can't relate as a person to what I'm talking about, then I have to come bring it all the way down to something that you can relate to. So the reason why we use black is not that that's what we want. That's that's what the people are at that level. So we have to talk to the people. We got to talk to the people at the level that they're at, so we can get their attention, because they're living lives where they're crashing in the walls, or they're just living lives of sorrow and suffering, and they need to hear they, they they need to hear people talking to them from where they're at. Because if I talk over the people, even though I might be right, if I talk over the people, over their understanding, what good is what I'm saying, right? I could be saying everything, but what good is what I'm saying? That's the you know who had that main problem? The Jesus had that problem. I mean, he was talking to them, and it was just whizzing right by them. They couldn't really understand most of what he was saying, right? And that was the issue. That's why his mission didn't work, because he was talking from a point where he was trying to do the best he could to bring the information down, but it was just so at such another level, the people wasn't ready to receive it, right? So, well, we don't want to be in that situation when we're talking to people. We want to be able to have their attention and be able to have them understand what we're talking about. Because the number one problem well, not the number one, but one of the biggest problems in the black community is comprehension. Okay, black people really don't comprehend, like what you were like a lot of things. What like me and you were just talking about, right? So you said, hey, what's the difference between these things? And I said, well, three of them are connected to a landmass, right? Most of our people wouldn't even be like thinking about it like that. They would say all those people are white, right? But that's what they would have said, right? That's what they would have said. So that's my point. See, we always got to talk to our people where they're at. Now, once we educate them, we can start building a staircase to bring them up into higher knowledge. But you can't throw what they say. You can't throw pearls to swine. You can't, because they're not going to understand the value in what you're saying. You dig what I'm saying? So the black, we're using the word black since that was put out there on us anyway. Okay, if that's what they told you you are, okay, we'll use that to pull you in, and then we'll educate you. We'll bring you to a higher understanding of what you really are once we get your attention.
I like that. I like that. See, that's something I can get with. If you want to use it to for the people who don't understand, to reel them in so that you can re-educate them to tell them who they really are. But see, here's the part. Here's that part. It never comes up about who we really are. We're stuck with this label over our whole consciousness. And to go back to what you were saying about mathematics, and you're a mathematician, you took a lot of math courses. Before that, you said words only mean what the people understand.
Correct. Correct.
Now, let's think about that. Words only mean what the people understand. And
Correct.
then you went into your knowledge of mathematics. Now, if you took that same premise about words only mean what the people understand, and you applied it to your knowledge of mathematics, for instance, 2 plus 2 is going to equal 4, regardless if the people understand it or not. It's still going to be 4
That's
in math
mathematics.
in mathematics.
Right.
That's a language, correct? It's a language.
Not always in language, sis. Not always in language.
I mean, when I say this, it translates all over the world. 2 plus 2 translates all over the world. Does it not?
Right.
So do you
Correct.
so you agree with me that it's a language?
Yeah, mathematics. Yes. Okay.
Okay, okay. Stay with me, Brother Clarence, because like I said, I'm not here to show you up. I'm here with you.
No, I'm just trying to follow you, sis. I
I'm
got
I'm here with you, brother. I'm here with you. X in mathematics still represents the unknown,
you. True.
regardless if the people understand that or not. True. My
It does.
point, brother, you're struggling. Listen, brother. What I mean is, regardless if they agree with it or understand it, two plus two is always going to be four.
Exactly. You're right.
X is always going to represent the unknown, regardless if they accept it,
Right.
understand it, know
Okay.
about it, ever heard it.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Gotcha.
So my point, brother, is it matters not what the people, what they understand when faced with a fact. It's still a fact. Black does not mean good.
Okay.
Regardless if they understand that or not, regardless if they accept that or not, regardless if they've never heard it or not, it's still a fact, and we are not teaching people that.
I will say true based on based on the uh, I would say Eurocentric ideology that first introduced the term like that. Yes, I would say that was. But see, we have two different things. We have a connotation and a denotation, where the people a lot of times create their own connotations of something. Right? The people will accept a certain thing as this is what this means. Whereas you go to another culture, this may not mean this. That's why I was trying to make the distinction because in certain cultures, black is that it's no big deal. But in this culture, it is. But I'm saying in certain cultures, it's not a big deal. Hey, you just another person, whatever. You just got darker skin, whatever. But in this particular culture, it has it has a lot of weight, especially Eurocentrically, has a lot of weight as far as well. You may be less than a human being. That may be the consideration. So I'm not saying everybody thinks that way, but what I'm saying is the history of it, and especially how that word came about, has a lot to do with where it came from, and is a Eurocentric uh, origin. So the people may not, the people will take it as it's just like this. Let me give you a good example. You and me, both of us probably feel the same way about the N word, right? But there's people out there right now saying we took the N word and we use it as a term of endearment, right? But like you said, I don't care what you say, you cannot excuse the fact that that word means this. So, but you flip you say we flip this meaning around and we made the N word mean this, and so we don't care if white people call us that now. We don't care if they use it, and we don't care. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that its origin meant this, but they gave it a connotation, but they not recognizing the denotation, which is actually what it actually means. So that's what I want to get to, because a lot of people will say, especially in language, there will be different connotations and denotations. Same word, right? Same word. Like the N word is a perfect example because a lot of the youth will say, "Well, we took this word and we retooled it, and now we use it as a term of endearment." They say my N, my N, my N, my N, my N, my N, right? But they don't realize what they're really saying, right? They have no clue. So that's all I wanted to say is sometimes our people will look at it, even though you're right. This word may have a denotation of X, but they will say the same word means Y. They'll say, well, we took this word and we did this. And so this is what we accept this word to mean now. Even though its origin is this, we take it now to mean this. That's why you got to be very clear with black people. You got to be very clear because they have so many different meanings in their head of what different words mean. And you can send them off in different directions because You're trying to talk to them from this direction, and then they hear what you say, and they have a different understanding of that word, and they'll go that way. That's why I talk to everybody like I try to talk to everybody like like we all in the fifth grade, even me, right? What did you say, Sister Wanda? Say that again, because I want us to have a clear understanding of where we are trying to go. You follow?
And see, and this is why it's so important what I said in the beginning of our discussion about words. Words have meanings, and they create a certain frequency out into the universe. You speak a word, and it's very powerful because there's people like Arshawn Dave who's like, so what's the point? He's down in the chat, just what's the point here? And you know, the point here is when that judge says that a black man has no rights that a white man needs to respect, black isn't a nationality. It's something that they put on you. That's why it's not, it's no reason to be respected. And people
Okay.
miss it. Hold on, brother, slow down. People are missing that point because they think they're black. See, they don't know that they're Uruguay or, Tutsi or whatever the other tribes, there's a billion of them, or from 52 different countries or nations. It's because we don't know. Nina Simone said the same thing. She said, we call ourselves black because we don't know who we are, Arshawn Dave. That's a problem, Arshawn Dave. It's a problem. It's a problem. You can't get any respect when you allow somebody to call you. Well, I allowed you to keep calling me bitch here today, brother, and you would never do that.
I would never do nothing like
You
that.
would never even think anything like that. But if I would continue to allow you to call me that, and I never corrected you, I
Amen.
never said, no, I am Juana Alicia Washington. My mother is Linda Joyce Howard. My father is John Arthur Washington. And I come from such and such and such place. And my grandfather is that such and such. And I couldn't name off those things. And I just continue to let you call me bitch. That's now I'm self-degrading. See, now you're no longer even responsible because I'm going along with it. Now I'm bad bitch Joanna. I'm calling myself this
Right.
with pride,
Right.
as if I don't know who my grandmother was, Miss Augusta Washington, as if I don't know my grandfather, Mr. Emmanuel Washington, as if I don't. I mean, that's what that is, and it's self-degradation. And we can have a discussion about how it's not our fault that we don't know who we are. You know, I get that. We weren't even allowed to read for certain amount of us weren't even allowed to read if we were enslaved. Not all of us were, but even if when some of us were enslaved, we were not even oftentimes, most of the time, not all, weren't even allowed to read. So how are we supposed to come from hundreds of years of subjugation and bondage, uh, and then be able to tell you who our folks are and what landmass we came from? I get it, but let us not dig ourselves deeper down into the pit of hell and degradation by saying, okay, they call us this, I guess I'll be this, and not even understanding what it is. Black, like the X in mathematical term, represents the unknown. Because see, like the writer said in that article I read, there are no Negroes or Black people in Africa. They have names. When Sister Sandra, what's that sister that died? They say she committed suicide. She was pulled over. a couple years ago by law enforcement, Sandra
Sandra Bland.
Bland, and we started saying, "Say her name." See, that's what I would like for us to do is to say our names because our name isn't black no more than my name is bitch or no more than your name is boy. But see, if we continue to say this and perpetuate this, not understanding that what a boy is, not understanding that bitch is a female dog, then we start to uh, be treated in those words. Because remember, I said words have weight and meaning. They carry out into the frequency, into the
Yes.
universe. And
Yes.
so, if I allow you to call me bitch, which means a female dog, regardless if the people in the chat understand that bitch means female dog, regardless if they accept that it means a female dog, if I continue to allow you to call me that, I start to behave in a certain manner. You understand? I start to carry myself in a certain way. I start to speak in a certain, and people who come into my presence, they don't really have a respect for me because what am I allowing? See, it's important what we allow ourselves, and that's why Arshawn Dave labels are important. Now, let's stay on this term black. Brother Clarence, the people need to know that black is not only do we agree it's not a nationality,
Absolutely.
black is not a race. Can you tell people that? It's not a race.
I
I
would
got
definitely.
the receipts.
I'm not saying.
I got receipts.
Okay. I'm going to say this about black as far as a race. Black is a is a it's the it is I think what most a common black person would quote closely identify with the next black person in America, especially, but all over the really all over the Western Hemisphere, where we were stripped from our name, language, and our so we don't know who. I can't say I'm from this part of Africa. I'm from that part of Africa. I have this name, right? So what do? We try to do like, hey, just like people in a frat. People in a frat, they don't say, well, I'm a frat from this, I'm a Q from here, and you're a Q from there. They just say I'm a Q, right? They don't care where they're from. They wherever they are in the hemisphere or whatever. They just say, hey, you're a Q, I'm a Q, I'm gonna help you. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get together and build something, right? So I think that's the situation with the average black person. Now, of course, we got some black people on both extremes. I'm not black. Don't call me black, and the other ones that's super, 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 black, right? So we got both extremes. But my question to you, Sister Wanda, not to Arshawn Dave, is to you, my beloved sister. If black means bad and white means good, should we not call white people white? Should we say that they are you are not white, you just but we don't know their origin. When we first see them, we don't know their origin. But what could we say to them that would quantify them, or what label could we put on them?
They have names. They actually do know their names.
Okay.
See, now I love this. I knew we was gonna get here. I knew you was gonna help me get to it. They have names. They
Okay.
know their names. Even the ones who don't know their names, they know that white is not who they are. They're Europeans, most of them.
Right.
They may not know where in Europe.
Right.
That some of them are Scottish,
Right.
from Ireland or
Right.
Australia.
Right.
They know, they do know. And you're absolutely right when you say, what should we be calling them? You shouldn't be calling. See, I'm just talking about the black thing because I'm talking to our people. I
Okay.
really didn't want to speak on them because
Okay.
some people might take it wrong, like I have something against them, and I don't. But since you brought it up, and this is your platform,
Okay.
you're absolutely correct. When you ask the question, well, what should we be calling these people by
Right.
their names? They're Europeans. Now, if you're born here, though, once you're born here, you're American. But if you're asking where they come from, they know they don't come from here. And it's okay and they don't mind telling you, yeah, my great great grandfather is from Ireland and my great great grandmother came from Poland. They proud of that.
Absolutely.
And most of them do know. And it's good and it's right and it's appropriate to call them by their names, not white. So if white and black is not a race, what is it? Arshawn asked in the chat, he said, well, who am I? He says, who are we? Who am I? Who my people is? That's the first time I felt any a respectful question from the brother. That's a legitimate question. I don't think he's being facetious or condescending by asking that. That's something that everyone needs to be asking. Who are we? Who am I? Who my people is? Now, regardless if you know that 2 plus 2 equals 4, regardless if you know who you are, we're going to have to agree that you are not a color. Because see, Japanese, they're not a color. They don't define themselves at the UN by a color. The French, for people in France, don't define themselves at the World UN on the world stage by a color. Australians don't get up on front of the UN on C-SPAN quoting a color. They know their names. We're the only ones who refuse to look into who are we? Who am I? Who my people is? We just say, well, they call us black, and we just gonna go with that. We don't want to do no research. We don't want to listen to any um, people on YouTube who know the truth. I saw something from my sister. I'm so proud. Sister had this gentleman on, Sister Juana Chica, our dear sister. She had a brother on there was so cold. I didn't see his name anywhere. He was on the panel. Well, she was showing a clip of him, but I couldn't see his name anywhere. This brother was on there saying, and by the way, y'all know we're not black, right? And then nobody picked it up. Nobody talked about it. Daryl was in the chat. Your boy Daryl was in the chat. He didn't pick it up because he's pro-black. Or black, we're black people, the black man. He didn't pick it up. It just over their head. We just he said, "What do you mean?" When nobody stops to say, "Well, what do we mean? What do we mean? Black is not a race." Because it's not a race. It was invented. I got the receipts. And here's something I want to read to the people, to the good people. It's not long. It's not as long as the other one I had. But
All
listen
right.
to this. Now, I know y'all like receipts and sources. So, brother, this is from Arkansas PBS. It's called Race, the Power of an Illusion. That's the name of it. Race, the Power of an Illusion. And I'm gonna read just the first deal of this. Contemporary scholars agree that race was a recent invention and that it was essentially a folk idea, not a product of scientific research and discovery. This is not a new this is not new to anthropologists. Since the 1940s, when Ashley Montagu argued against the use of the term race in science, a growing number of scholars in many disciplines have declared that the real meaning of race in American society has to do with social realities, quite distinct from physical variations in the human species. I argue that race was institutionalized beginning in the 18th century, that means the 1700s,
Okay.
as a worldview, a set of culturally created attitudes and beliefs about human group differences. The key word here is beliefs, created attitudes of beliefs about human groups, not facts about human groups. He says beliefs. So I say this to say, we call ourselves by something, we give ourselves a race, and we call ourselves the black race, which is something that they just made up. They just made it up out their tailbones. It didn't even always used to mean that. Black used to mean shine. It used to mean to burn bright. Okay?
Okay.
The word doesn't even go back a long ways in history. But it definitely is not a race. There's you know that black scientist called what's his name? I want to say Degrassi.
You talking about the astrophysicist?
Yeah,
Okay. Neil deGrasse. Yeah.
Neil Degrassi.
Yeah.
Okay, his mentor, his name Bill Nye. He's a European.
Yeah.
Bill Nye has written on this and written on this and written on this. There is no such thing as race.
Yeah. I've been saying that forever. Yeah.
We are all one people. The only thing that Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse agree on is that we come from a common source, from a woman in Africa who probably looked like you and I.
Of course.
Now, you
As
talking about Europeans, you talking about the Asians, you talking about everybody on the planet. These scientists, the only thing they will agree to is that we come from a group of people who look like us. So what that means, Brother Clarence, is that there is only one race. It's the human race. But see, when we having these discussions, you keep hearing people go on talking about the black race, the white race. So, what is black and white? These are social constructs, meaning these are class statuses. You know, in the country of India, you know, they got the class system.
yes.
You know, they got different hierarchies. They're
Yes.
not the only country that do that. We just don't understand it, and we don't understand where we fall into it. We don't understand that in America, it's a class system. It calls these people of this class this, and they call these people of this class that. Now, here's one thing about America: they allow you to pick what you're called. Yeah, it's in the Constitution. You get to self-define. You get to call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. They give you a choice when you fill out an application. We think that application in those boxes, we think that's them asking us uh, what we, like a truth serum or a truth test or something. What they are doing when they put those boxes there and say, "What are you?" They, by law, are supposed to allow us to self-label, to self-characterize, to self-identify. So if you wanted to call yourself white, Brother Clarence, you could call yourself white. You know, there are different people who actually come from the continent of Africa. Once they get here in America, they may not tell you this. They don't tell you and I this, but a lot of the people who come from the continent of Africa, particularly Egyptians, they don't call themselves black. They check white in the box. A lot of these people do. They check. They check. The United States government, by law, has to allow you to choose who you say you are,
Okay. Now,
regardless of what you and I think about it. Just like somebody in the chat is bringing up the Cherokee Indian and all that. The United States allowed them people to say who they are. Now we'll him and haw and say, no, they not the real Indians. It don't matter. You get to self-identify. What I want to leave people here on this particular part of the conversation is that black is not a race, white is not a race. These are statuses to denote a class structure on the continental United States of America. This is something that they created to have hierarchy. See, somebody has got to be the president, and somebody has got to be the mailman, and somebody's got to be the trash collector. And see, all these hierarchies. Now, some people don't want to do that. A lot of people don't want to do certain things. But they say, we're going to have reserve this class of people to do these certain type of jobs, and we're going to reserve this certain class of people to live in these certain areas. And once I go along with it, once I allow to for you to self-define who I am, for you to define who I am, for you to label me, and I not know who I am and who my people are, there leads down the road to my so-called victimization. So if I am oppressed here in America, the only person who is oppressing me is me. First, by my mouth, by my own words, I call myself black. By my own words, I call myself bitch. By my own words, I call myself these negative things. Now, you're not even a human being.
may I respond to anything you were saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for all that information, Sister Juana. That was some good information. Now, the first thing is that if you have, and I want you to think on this, Sister Juana, because this is a question for you.
Okay, I'm gonna take you seriously and write it down.
Okay, this is a question for you. If black is not if that is somehow having a negative response for us and affecting us some type of way negatively in the world view, then I would ask you what would be something that would give us a positive view in their eyes, because that leads to the question, well, if these people have a negative view of you, if we call ourselves something else, then all of a sudden they're gonna have a better view of us. Okay, so what can we call ourselves to bring their view of us better, because we're using this word instead of black. And the next thing is, so we have a lot of people that say African American, African Americans, African Americans. There are white people in South America, and there's a movie star named Charlize Theron, right? We're all familiar with Charlize Theron, right? She is African American. She's born in South Africa, came over here, got citizenship here, and she's African American. Now, like you said, a lot of the Egyptians come over here and they say they African American just to get the money to go to school. A lot of white people come over here from South Africa to go to school, and they get the money and they say African. They check the box African American. So I think most black people look at it like this: if you have the physical characteristics, which is a high melanin frequency in the physical, so we can see it, then we will accept you as being black. That's unfortunate, because we throw away a lot of people that don't have high melanin. They do have blood like we have, but it's just mixed. But they throw them away. They say you're no good because your blood is mixed. It has nothing. And that is what you talked about. The Bible. We talk about the Holy Quran. We talk about the Torah. These three books from the three most recognized major religions, what is the focal point of these books? Redemption, redemption. Okay, so that means even though you made a mistake, the door is still open for you to change your life. That's where the word present comes from, right? This is the present time. This is the present. What does that actually mean? The present means this is a gift. It's a gift. You got a opportunity now, even though you was a, like what did Whitney Houston said in Waiting to Excel? He said the difference between you and me, I was an asshole. You still an asshole, right? She said the difference between that's the difference between me and you, right? So because she elected to stop being in that affair, right? She elected to stop doing that, and so because of her standings, right, her moral standings, and so I'm saying that we all have a gift from the Most High is the present. It's this moment in time, right now. You might be a prostitute, you might be a drug dealer, but this moment in time, you got the present to deal with, to think about it and walk away from that lifestyle, right? Okay, but that's most of our major books are built on the idea of redemption, where you can take a person that this person has been in a world that has been saturated with evil, but they have the option to change and come over to righteousness. That's the focal premise of most of those books. Okay, now if the people don't know where they're from, and they don't know they don't know their names, they don't know their original names, they don't know what their original languages are, they don't know they don't have anything, they don't even know their original culture, they don't know nothing. The only thing they know is what has been imposed on them, cultural values that have been imposed on them. And the number one value in America that was imposed on black people, and I want to see if you disagree with this, Sister Juana, was that white people were superior in almost every way, right? They were superior, especially slave people coming. That was imposed on us. Not necessarily we believed that from the beginning, but that was imposed. And how do people impose their culture on you? Number one, they had to cut you off from being able to talk to each other. So we can talk in our native languages, and by the time some of us were actually born here, there was no native language. Well, English was our native language, but we don't know who we are, our last names, or anything. We don't know none of that stuff. We don't even know our family. A white person can get on a boat and go back to their original nation, and they can connect with their family from 500 years, right? Most of us as black people, we can't do that. If we're gonna do something like that, we gotta spend lots and lots and lots of money to do something like that. And most black people just don't have it. They're just trying to survive here in America. So that's why I say they rally around the word black, not because they appreciate it. Just like you said, the B word, right? You got women out there that say, "Oh, hey B, hey B." Women are calling themselves the B word. They call themselves that. They say, "Hey B, hey B, what you doing, B? A B got to get paid. A B got to get her money, right?" But like you said, the denotation is something wrong. Now I want to read something. The denotation of a B is actually a female dog, right? It's a female dog. Now, are we dogs? No, but dogs have a certain mentality, right?
And that would make you a son of a bitch. If I'm a bitch, then you would be,
Exactly.
and if women are bitches, that would make you a son of a bitch.
Exactly, because dogs have a different. But see, it's to put you on the mentality that you at a level of a dog, because dogs will have sexual encounters with relatives, right? The son will impregnate the mother, and so on and so forth, right? I mean, this is what they have a very low morality, right? So that's to infer that we have a low morality, right? When you calling yourself a B and all this stuff. But hold on, because you said something that I really want to get to, and I got a definition here for us. So you said that race is not doesn't mean okay. So let's look at the definition of race. Number one, a competition between runners, horses, vehicles, boats, etc., to see which is the fastest in covering a set course. That's the first definition. Number two, a strong or rapid flowing through a narrow channel in a sea or a river. Okay, that's the second definition. As a verb, compete with another or others to see who is the fastest covering a set course or achieving an objective. Move or progress swiftly at full speed. And that's all of the definitions, right? Okay, so physical characteristics were never mentioned. Land masses were never mentioned. Ideologies were never mentioned. Cultural norms were never mentioned. None of these things were mentioned. So people use the word race like that has a it's not in the definition because it doesn't exist. Racism is something that has been uh, connotated to mean this situation. So, but racism has a definition which talks about that, and I'm going to get to that in a second. But racism, it really is just a race. It's a competition between different groups for resources. That's what the word actually means. Actually, mathematically means is, hey, this group is trying to get more resources or get to these resources quicker than this group. And it can't now in racism can have inside that superset of racism, you can have classism, you can have colorism, right? Where you got over in Africa, they have a lot of colorism, right? Well, you are dark skinned black, so you are. Yeah, I was reading an article one time about like you said, it was a brother in South Africa, right? He was trying to get jobs and he couldn't get no jobs nowhere, so he went down to the courthouse to change his origin from black to white. And yeah, and you could pay money and they would change your status from black to white, right? But of course, when he walks through the door, they're gonna be like, wait a minute, wait a minute. But the whole article was about the how serious that situation was over there, where they were willing to go to the courthouse, and you can actually pay to do it. I don't know if it works or not, but you can actually pay to go do it. But but one of my points is that, like you said, it's on us, Sister Wanda. It's how we carry ourselves. It's how we carry ourselves. There's a group of people, and I'm not meaning no disrespect to no one, that they call themselves Jewish. They call themselves Jewish. They're Jewish. Okay, so which means that they follow the Hebrew faith, right? But why don't they call themselves Hebrews? Good question. Good question. But they've been calling themselves Jewish so long, and they've been moving a certain way so that everybody has to respect the word Jewish. You have to respect it because of the way they carry themselves, even though they're not the Hebrew, but they speak Hebrew. They follow the Hebrew faith. They have a lot of cultural norms that the Hebrew have, but they're not the Hebrew. You're not the Hebrew. So let me land the plane, just one. So my point is, they have conducted themselves in such a way where you have to respect the word Jewish. You have to respect it. So why can't we do the same? Okay.
I was with you until you said that last little bit, and here's the issue.
Okay.
The word Jewish, or the Jews, or the Hebrews, was already respected. They attached themselves to it. See, the original Jews aren't Europeans.
Right.
See, when we look at European Jews, they've attached themselves to the label. Hold on. Let me land this plane.
Yes, ma'am.
They attach themselves to a label that's positive, that the world recognizes where they came from. They went and helped in 1947, the year my father was born. Different nations got together, gave them money to go and get land over there from where they supposedly come from. That was a positive label. They attach themselves to something. That's why a lot of people who look like you and I are angry because they say, no, they're not the real Jews. They're not the real Jews. It matters not. They attach themselves to something positive. You get to self-identify. Don't lose this point. It's every human being's right to self-identify. You don't have to call yourself what somebody calls you. So they they attach themselves to something positive. We're allowing ourselves to be attached to something negative.
I I just want to throw something out there, please, Sister Juana. The Jews were, and I'm talking about the ones that of European origin. Uh, they were vilified almost everywhere they went. We know what happened to them in Germany. We see what happened to them used to happen to them here. They used to, as a matter of fact, the word ghetto comes from the Jews because they used to smash the Jews in such the dilapidated housing, everything out here in New York City. That because when they come over the thing, they used to put them in the worst housing, worst everything, right? So they were looked down upon, just like we quote unquote were looked down upon. My point with that was, but because the way they started moving as a unit, they started moving as a unit. Now you have to respect them, even though you may not like something they may said or did or whatever. You have to respect them as a unit. And when you hear the word Jewish, you don't think of the ghettos of New York. You don't think of that stuff. And the ghettos of New Jersey, you think of, man, they have power in the media industry. They have power in just about all the industries. They have a lot of power, but they were thought of just as poorly as we were. So my point is, it don't matter what you call them. They just working together to move into another to another level because of the unified thinking. And I'm saying the same thing. Why don't we do that? I think that would help us more than a relabeling, in my opinion. That's what I'm trying to say, because Jews never relabeled themselves. They never said, we're the new Jews. We're the Jews that believe in Jesus. We're the Jews they never really relabeled themselves. They just call themselves Jews. And so but they have a unified motion when it comes to uh, the legal world. They have a unified motion where they stand with each other, even on some effery. They stand with each other. They're not gonna let you just take their person down. So, I think that would help serve us more. Now, I would like your thoughts on that, as far as the labeling, or as far as the working together, which would work better for us. What do you think?
Great questions.
Thank you.
Because I don't just have ready-made responses in my head, I am sincere about it in my thought process.
Yeah.
Um, when I said that they attach themselves to something that's positive, what I mean by that, I'm aware of the bigotry that so-called Jews have faced throughout history.
Of course.
That point hasn't been lost on me when I say they attach themselves to a positive. But see, here's a people who could have called themselves anything,
Right.
like you said, and they chose to attach themselves to, like some people in the chat are saying, and some, like you were saying, these people were treated like dirt and was treated like da 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 da. Well, that's because even before anyone ever called them negative things or treated them in a negative way, they knew who they were. They knew, or they knew the origins of it, and that it is, positive. You're talking about Abraham's people, right?
quote unquote.
God's chosen people. How could
Quote,
that be a negative? Now, see, what made it negative is some Europeans, not all, don't like a group of people going around calling themselves God's chosen people. Okay?
mm-hmm,
It made them feel funny.
some type of way.
But that does, yeah, made them feel a kind of way. And so they mistreated them. This has been going on for thousands of years. But before they were conquered by the Romans, King David, he's a Jew. Okay? This was the highest echelon of culture and people during those times. Okay? They had to be conquered because they were so great. Who wouldn't want to be God's chosen people? Just because you have some ignoramuses over here who puts them in a nasty place mentally, physically, and speak of them with their mouths nasty in a guided way, doesn't change the fact that they come from God's chosen people. So let's not confuse what people call people. Again, brother, you can call me bitch all day. I'm not going to accept that. You
Never have.
see, just because some people mistreated certain Jewish people in history, it doesn't change the fact that they know better. That's why they move better. That's why they move collectively. Like, no, regardless if somebody calls us a kike, regardless if people call us heaves, they call them heaves, regardless if people call them whatever kind of pejorative you can think of, regardless of what they call us, we know who we are. We're God's chosen people, and we're going to move this way. Now, some people don't agree that some of them are God's chosen people because a great number of them now were Europeans who, what they called, when you sign up to be something, they what's the correct word, brother? When you they converted.
Yeah.
See, long time ago, it was a bunch of Europeans who converted to this faith, to this way of life, to move in a certain way.
Absolutely.
And some people are against those particular people who call themselves Jews. And they say, you're not the original Jews. I'm not going to argue that. But I will say that Abraham's people were not European. I can say that safely and feel good about it.
Okay.
But they're choosing to side on a path that is righteous, historically can be identified. There's several books about these groups of people, about Moses and Israelites and Hebrews and the Pharaoh. This goes back thousands of years. God's chosen people. Who
Right.
wouldn't want to be that? So we dealt with that. That I am not saying that I don't understand that Jewish people of our times, and when I say our times, I'm talking about for the last 300 years. It's not lost on me that the Jewish people of the last 300 years have been mistreated. That's not lost on me. I understand that. I am aware of that.
Okay, so Sister Wanda, can I interrupt one quick, and I'm gonna
Yep,
give
but
it.
you had another question for me, but yeah.
Okay, all right, all
Go
right.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I don't want you to lose your train of thought.
I just wanted us to make sure that we're on the same page with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, even though they had all this negative feedback from a lot of different from wherever they went, um, they ultimately decided to, hey, it's not that we're gonna change what we're gonna call ourselves something different. We're going to just move differently. You follow what I'm saying? And once they made that decision, they were able to get into places where they were able to not only getting because they never had problems getting to like the highest level of power in government and stuff like that. They never had issues with that. The issues they had was the people looking at them as some type of um, evil that was running the government, or evil bringing the evil ways into their land. So that's the major issue. So how they overcame that? How did they overcome that? Especially in the U.S., the first thing they did was be able to do that and come to agreement that, hey, this is how we're gonna move. We're gonna move differently. And then the second thing is they created a defense system for themselves. The ADL, the JDL, they created defense systems for themselves. So if you attack them, and then they created the biggest knockout punch ever, which you can disagree with them in principle, and they can use one word to knock you out the box, and that is anti-Semitic. That word is that's the biggest. They can knock you out the box with that word, right? Whether you may not have a problem with them because they're Jewish, you have a problem with their principal position, but they can just say, just like in the LBGT community, you can have a problem with their principal position, but because you're opposing them, they can just say you're anti-LGBT. So that's what I'm saying. The first thing they did was move together, and then they created a defense system for themselves. And as we should, I think we should follow that logic. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sister Juana, because you were on a roll. But I just want to end it. I just want to make sure we are on the same page. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying they didn't change what they do. They didn't change their names. Okay. Sorry, Sister Juana. Please forgive me.
Okay, but see, the point that you're missing, Brother Clarence,
Help me, Sister Juana. Help me.
God named them.
God named who?
The Judeans, the so-called Jewish people.
Uh,
Their oppressor didn't name them that.
uh,
Are you following me?
a little bit. I'm trying to, but I want you to go ahead and get where you're getting
Their
to.
so-called whoever was against them didn't name them Jews. They were calling themselves that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you following that?
I get you.
Now we're pronouncing it in not the real way. J is usually not pronounced.
Okay.
But we're gonna go with the English versions of the word.
Okay.
And to Arshawn, I did come up with the right word. I did say they converted. Do you remember me saying that, Brother Clarence, when I said the Europeans
Absolutely.
converted to Judaism?
Absolutely. Yes.
I did come up with the word, but thank you, brother. I'm not sure the brother's coming here in peace. When I told you in the beginning, some people are coming for different reasons.
Uh,
But I have a goal in mind, and it's not to tear down anybody or try to make anybody feel dumb or stupid. Or I'm trying to get to the same place that I think you, brother, are trying to get. And when you want to help people, and I'm trying to help people, but some people aren't here for that.
I think.
But
I think. Let
here's
me.
the here's the difference, brother. Here's the difference. We didn't name ourselves black.
Right.
If we named ourselves black and we decided we're gonna move this way, but let's just say take it like you said. Let's say we did name ourselves black. Let's say as it is, they named us black, and we just gonna
Yeah.
move this way.
Okay.
Here's
They
the
name.
thing. Here's the thing. And this is not what the topic is. The topic is about race, and that we're supposed to be having, not about what we should be doing as a people. That's a separate conversation. But I'm going to entertain it. I do agree we should be moving all together, like the so-called Jewish people. I do agree that we would fare a lot better economically, culturally, emotionally, and be able to truly build something for ourselves and our great great grandchildren and their children if we move like these people. But see, here's where we get this is why the conversation shouldn't be had right now. We don't. We don't. We don't move together. We don't. So that's not a conversation that I brought to this conversation about what we as a people or a group should be doing. Because we all know what we should be doing, but we don't. So that's your answer. Would it be better? Wouldn't it be great if we forget the labels and just move together? Of course. We don't. Can you accept that? Should we? Yes. We don't. Why do other people move together? We need to study this. We
Agreed.
need to study this and understand this. And the people, and then coalesce around a common goal. Like I said, we have to have a goal to get to a certain result. There's some
Agreed.
people who don't want certain results, could care less about a result. For those who want to move together and achieve a certain end result, those people need to rally together. See, everybody can't go. That's not just a cliche. Everybody can't go. That's not just a saying. Everybody can't go. Why? Because we refuse to move together. So, but because you don't want to move in the right direction, I'm not going to go. I'm going to stay right here doing the same thing we did 50 years ago. No, I'm going to move anyway. And I'm going to leave you sitting there trying to figure out who you are, and what you're going to do. Now, I'm trying to express something to a certain degree, and I hope it doesn't get lost because I'm gonna have to leave here soon, brother Clarence. I know, I know you probably got a lot of stuff to do, but
Oh,
see, this can be a monthly deal between us where we catch back up,
okay.
and see, eventually the goal could be where you and I sit down and hammer out some solutions about how do we, not everybody, because everybody don't agree now. We can hammer out some things about how we can move together. Actually, this is already being done. If we're sitting here like so-called black people aren't moving in a certain direction and getting things done, that's not the point of my conversation here. I know that there are groups of people who look like you and I who are getting things done for
Right.
certain people.
Right.
They're not doing it for everybody because everybody ain't trying to move that way.
Right.
My particular reason for coming here today and having a discussion with you today, dear brother, is to help you understand where I've come from. Sometimes when I come on the panel and I challenge you, or I challenge other people, and why I agree certain things, why I disagree, disavow certain things, why I disavow us being victims, I disavow that. You're not a victim when you willingly call yourself a derogatory name. You're victimizing yourself. You're not being oppressed when you have people from your so-called homeland, continent, trying to save up thousands of dollars to be able to come here. And then get mad when the Europeans say it's kind of good that you are here. Are they wrong when they say it's kind of good that we're here? Do you want to go and live over there? I don't. I'm glad I'm here. I'm
Well,
not ashamed to say that because see, CT's people came over here.
right.
See, everybody's trying to come over here while people are dogging America. Everybody's trying to come over here and don't nobody want to leave.
But Sis
So,
Juana,
but to answer your other question, brother, because I'm gonna have to go here in a minute, and you're gonna
okay.
get the last word. See, you're gonna get the last word.
Okay.
To answer your other question, what should we call ourselves? Where your mama is born, where your papa is born, where you were born, that's who you are. Now, you don't want to accept that. A lot of people don't want to accept that. I hate America. What other nationality you got? If you ain't got the nationality called American, you ain't got a nationality, brother, sister. Black ain't a nationality. I don't care how proud you are of it. You're never going to be recognized and treated with respect going around calling yourself a color. Michael Jackson already told you that. He said, I'm not black, I'm not white, I'm not a color. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not black, I'm not white, I'm not a color. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, he's trying to tell us something in code, but we didn't pick it up on it because we was watching the dance moves, you know.
Right.
You know that video he did with Macaulay Culkin?
I see you. I
Little
see
boy
you.
from that little boy from Home Alone. You remember
Yes.
that video? Yeah, when he was dancing all around the world. He
Yes.
told you you are not black. And yes, if you need to hear it, they're not white. These are statuses for a class system. Black is not a race. It's a derogatory term, like the N word. Okay, uh, black is something that's not even very old. They created it. Rich people who own land in this country created it to uh, to create a class system. The so-called person in America or in the colonies to ever own a person who to look like you and I for life was a person who looked like you and I. His name was Anthony Johnson. Brother Clarence, I would like for us to get together once a month to have these discussions because see, I got a lot of receipts,
Okay.
but we spent an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours now. And that's about as long as I got. You know, I got that taco truck and I got people
Yes.
lined up for my collard green and fried okra tacos.
Yes, ma'am.
They be lined up. I had some people come all the way from yesterday. I had some people come all the way from another town, from another city to get it, and I had already run out. I was like, man, I'm so sorry. I wish y'all had texted me or got on the Instagram or the Facebook page and and asked first. But I gotta cut, clean, and chop and cook some greens for tomorrow.
Okay.
Uh, I hope you got something out of this, brother, because I definitely got something out of it. And
Shoot.
lastly, I wanna read some one more scripture before we go,
Okay.
because I am a sincere individual. Uh, this is Romans 12:18.
All
If
right.
it is possible, as far as it depends on you, live at peace with all men. So, to the people in the chat who may feel a certain way about the things that I've said, go in peace. I leave you in peace, and I bring, because I only brought peace to you. To you, Brother Clarence, I leave you in peace because I only bring peace to you. Because the code that I'm following now is not an atheist code, it's a Jesus code. And
Okay.
he's asking me, if all possible, no matter what I can do, it might be hard, but if it's possible, go in peace with every man that I come in contact with. And so I want to leave you with that. And I'd like to hear what you have to say before I get out of here. And thank you again for allowing me to get up here and make those points. I hope people re-listen to some of the things that we did agree on. And we
Okay.
didn't we didn't duke it out like I thought we did.
Nah.
But that's okay.
Nah.
That's
Nah.
okay. I love you, brother.
Love you too, sis. I appreciate you coming up. Appreciate you putting this into my head to even start doing this. And hopefully, like you said, we'll get a chance to do it at least. If I don't know if we get a chance to do it every month, but at least once every other month. If not every month, every other month at least. So right now I got the time to do it, but you know, things happen just like things happen with you. So, but at least we'll do it. At least people, because I think. A lot of times you get misunderstood, and I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? I may not agree with you, but I would like you to be able to state your case, and then let the people look at it and for themselves and be able to see, you know, what you're about, and then judge. You know what I'm saying, or make their decisions about, whether they get down with it or not. But I appreciate you coming out, sis. You always keep me on my toes. You know what I mean? I always have to stay on my toes. I can't just sit back and just think, oh, okay, well, I can go do a bunch of other things while she's talking. No, I got to pay attention. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you because I may miss something. So I got to pay attention. So I appreciate you for that. And like I said, you welcome anytime, chat or panel. You know what I'm saying? You welcome anytime. So you have any other further words before I put you down, Sister Juana?
I'm not sure I let the people know. I'm not sure if I answered the question people are asking. I think you asked, what should we call ourselves? You're born in America, you're an American. It's a nationality. It's okay. Because, see, we were already over here, a lot of us anyway, before 1619. So, if you want to have any true power in this continent, it's the most powerful country or government on this planet. Why wouldn't you want to be aligned with that? You're an American. I'm an American. You can self identify, but if you want to move in a certain way, move as an American. Okay. And then maybe, we can come up with some think tanks about how to really self identify ourselves as a particular group within America. Now, that's a conversation that is worth having. God bless you. Good day, brother. Thank
Good
you.
day to you. Thank you for spending time with us, Sister Juana. Appreciate you. All right, y'all. That was Sister Juana. Always comes in strong. Always comes in strong. I'm gonna put the link out, man. I want to hear what y'all got to say. I'm sure she's gonna want to see what you guys had to say about some of the things that she was saying. We agreed on some things we didn't agree on, but I felt like she had a lot of points that she didn't get a chance to get to. You know what I mean? Because Sister Juana, bless her heart, she wants to correct anybody in the chat, and she got stuck in the chat. And I'm trying to tell her, hey man, you're talking to me, Sister Juana, but she got stuck in the chat, and she had a lot of paperwork which I wanted to see. So maybe she will see it the next time she comes back. But anyway, what y'all think? Was this a discussion that y'all want to see on a regular basis? Is this something y'all want to see? I invite people. First of all, let me tell you something. I invite people over here a lot. Well, I used to. Let me say that I don't invite them over here anymore. I used to invite a lot of people over here because I wanted to have a civil conversation like me and Sister Juana just had, right? And I never hear nothing from them. I would say 99% of them, I don't hear anything from them. You guys think, oh, you just invite Chaotic over here. I invite a lot of people over here. I have invited them, rather. Once I recognize they don't want to be associated with me, whether I have associated with Chaotic or I have association with Daryl Long or whether I have association with Sister Juana or whoever they may have a problem with or whoever, whatever. I realize, oh, okay, they mad because this person comes on my panel. Okay, I got it. So I just leave them alone. You know what I mean? I respect that. You know what I mean? Because there's certain panels I won't go on. All right. So anyway, the link is out there. I might hang out for maybe about another half an hour, and let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What do y'all think, man? What do y'all think? Do y'all think that black people are putting themselves in a bad way for calling themselves black? Um, should we have another term? Sister Wanda said you should just call yourself an American, right? And we do, right? When we go to other countries, you show that passport, they say American, they let you go right through, right? They let you go right through. You like, yeah, I'm an American, yeah, right? You keep on stepping. But we're talking about in the greater. I'm imagining we're talking about the greater sense in America, particularly in America. I think we all understand that we're all Americans. I just think that unfortunately there's some class issues and some colorism issues that go on, even between black people. You ain't black enough. What you mean I ain't black enough? Only your mama's black. Oh, well, since your mama's black and not your daddy, then you ain't black. I mean, we throw away so many people for so many stupid reasons, right? Oh, you follow Trump? You follow Trump? You're a black person. How can you follow Trump? Oh no, I can't deal with that. You Muslim? Oh no, I can't. I can't, man. I remember I was gonna do it. I was gonna get into this business deal with this dude, man. This dude came into my office and he sat down, man, and we was talking about this business arrangement that we was going. We was like, yeah, man, we can both work together, right? I'm gonna bring you up in a second, Arshawn. We can work together, right? So we talked for about 45 minutes, man. He seen a Final Call newspaper on my desk, and he was like, "You Muslim?" I said, "Oh yeah." I mean, the dude turned ice cold. He said, "Man, I didn't know you were Muslim." I said, "Yeah, what's the problem?" He was like, I can't really work with a Muslim." I said, "Why not?" I said, "You a Christian? I have no problem working with you." He said, "Yeah, but I can't work with no Muslim. I'm sorry." And he walked out of my office, right? And I said, "Wow." I'm sitting there laughing, right? Because he was willing to throw away a good business with a good person, man. Let me tell y'all something about Brother Clarence. Brother Clarence was a horrible person at one point, but like I always tell y'all, some serious men of God came into my life. Okay, okay, Arshawn. Um, and please come back, brother, because I definitely want to hear what you got to say. Some serious men of God came into my life, and they helped me change tremendously, right? And by the way, shout out to Don Harden, shout out to Ron P, and shout out to Sister Don Frank. All right, so yes, a serious man of God came into my life, right? Changed my life, changed me around. Okay, I'm gonna bring you up, Arshawn, because I don't want you to run away, because I definitely want you. I want to hear what you got to say, brother. But my point is, we throw away a lot of each other for different reasons that might not make no sense, right? Might not. I would say wouldn't make no sense, but it's just surface issues, right? The guy didn't want to do business with me because I believe in the path of Islam. He believes in the path of Christianity. We only got some subtle differences in those two paths, right? So, but he wasn't willing to overlook that and see me as a person. He saw me as as a religion, and said, "Hey, I got to cut this dude off." I'm telling you, Arshawn, Brother Clarence is one of the best people you could ever do business with, because I was a horrible business person a long time ago. So I made all the mistakes that a bad business person can make. Now I'm for real, for real. If you ain't for real, cool. Like I said, I didn't go chasing a dude out of the office, because I know if that would have came up later, and then we would have had a problem. So I understand. I looked at that as God helping me disconnect from him by letting him do it, not me having to do it. Anyway, Brother Arshawn, what's up with you, man?
What's up, brother Clarence? How you feeling today?
Man, why are you attacking Sister Juana in such a way, Brother Arshawn?
I
That's
don't
cold.
know. I don't know what it is about me in the chat, man. Me in the chat set so many people off. Honestly, she made several statements about my intentions, and I'm like, what? Like, how do you know what my intentions are? And it was funny. The one question she took seriously was the one time I was actually being facetious. All the rest were genuine. We have differences of opinion. So it's
Right.
like I don't agree with what she says because she takes it, in my opinion, this is how I feel about what she says. She understands the truth to a point. Yes, black has been used by derogatorily by Europeans. That's factual. You know, all the points of origin, all what she said, that's all factual. But then you get to the point like, well, what are you going to replace it with? Well, I'm not here to speak to that. Just like the other gentleman in the chat, they're like, okay, we shouldn't use black. Black is a social construct. But I'm like, well, the language you're using is a social construct. Well, that's true. But okay, well, if everything is a social construct, why are you picking this one out and saying we shouldn't use it? But I understood her point about us adopting a negative term to identify ourselves with.
I definitely did too. Yeah, I
Yeah,
definitely got
but we still need a way to identify ourselves. And if nothing else, if nothing has been taught here in America, is that even though we have the citizenship of Americans, we don't have the experience of Americans. There have been too many people who have fought and served and come home to unequal treatment to ever believe that they were fully American. So
right.
we try to find something that we can identify with that explains our different lived experience than American. And I don't think that's unfair to do. Like men and women have different lived experiences, and we use the term men and women to differentiate, but she didn't seem to have a problem with the difference between men and women. So why is it okay in one set? Why isn't she just an American and you an American? Why are you a man and her a woman? So which labels are we going to use and when? When is it okay to believe in a social construct and when is it not? My only issue with the entire argument is consistency.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And I think what she was trying to express was that that is we are allowing what other people put on us to drive us, and then we accept that as a negative connotation, and then we operate based off of that acceptance of that negative connotation. I think that's where she was going. You know what I mean? So I get where she was coming from, but I'm with you. I'm the same thing. Well, we got to have some consistency of how we're going to do things, and plus, you got to if I'm going to talk to millions of if I say I want to talk to African Americans, if I get on the mic in a public forum and I say I want to talk to all the African Americans, there's white African Americans, uh, mixed blood African Americans, uh, and I'm cutting off people from blacks in Venezuela, black people from all over the diaspora, all over the world, right? And so that's what I was trying to get her to see that black is just we using it now as just a rallying cry for our people all over the place because we don't know where we come from. How can I say, okay, I'm not gonna call myself this? You can tell this man he can say I'm Irish, right? Even though he was born here, he he's probably third generation here, but he can say I'm Irish, right? His last name is Irish, brother. Your last name, I'm not. Well, let me know you. My government last name is English. There's no way I'll be able to find any relatives over in England if I went over there, right? So what could I say?
Right.
That's the thing. So that's why Abdullah Muhammad gave us an X at the end of the name because you don't know what X stands for the unknown. We don't know where you are, but we do know that we all over the world have felt the same, have had the same issues. Even in Africa, we've had the same issues with the colorism and the classism. We've had the same issues. So we need to rally together. And so sometimes we have to talk to our people at the level they're at. So that's what I was trying to get across to her, brother.
And if I may, really quick, I just have two quick points and then I'll be done.
Okay,
I
brother.
think one thing we do need these conversations, but people cannot be so sensitive that when there's a difference of opinion, we start assigning disingenuous or facetious and ask the person the question, what is your intention when you say such a, instead of you telling me in the chat how I'm feeling and how I'm what I my intent is, ask me or ask me to clarify if you don't understand. That's one thing we need to bring to the conversation because also, though she spoke of grace, I don't feel like I received any. The
Okay.
second thing is when she spoke of what I said about, she said something, and I actually credited her in my statement. I said what was lost in what Juana said was a group of people converted to a code and culture. I agree that they converted, but what was lost in it was that they had converted to a code and a culture. See,
Right.
that's the problem with the label. Blackness doesn't describe anything other than our skin. There's no substance to the label. There's no character or integrity or like a reputation attached to it that is positively assigned. So we
Right.
need a code and culture that way when we think of whatever label we want to choose. If the label we want to choose is vacuum cleaner, if the label we want to choose is slice of pizza, if that's what we want to call ourselves, when they think of slice of pizza, it needs to be like, oh, those that's a talented, courageous, and people of good character. That's what they need to think of when they think of us. So that's going to come from a code and culture that we adopt, not the labels, because the label doesn't necessarily have anything behind it because word usage is so fluid. So we
Right.
can't worry about the word. We need to worry about what the word is describing. And us as a people, if we don't have a code and culture that we live by, it really doesn't matter what the term is. If we live like trash, whether they call us black, white, American, Chinese, Pluto, it doesn't matter if when they think about us, they think about trash.
Exactly. Exactly. And I appreciate you, Arshawn. I just want to clear something up because
Yep.
I want you to tell it in your own words. because I don't feel that you do, but I wanted to be upfront. You don't have any issues with her. You're just explaining her responses to what you were putting in the chat. Is that I have it right?
My
If I'm wrong, explain that to me.
Yeah, I don't have any issue with her as a person. I don't know her as a person. So the only thing
Okay.
I'm speaking to are her ideas and her presentation of the ideas.
Okay.
So when I pushed
Okay.
back on the ideas, I mean, it felt a little contentious towards me in the chat. Though even the way she said my Arshawn Dave, it felt very contentious. I'm like, what is going on? So I mean, I was pushing back on the idea. I don't know her to push back on her. So in her presentation, again, if you're going to be hostile towards the word black, then you should be also hostile towards all of these other words that we've adopted and accepted, like woman.
Okay. And you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. I was trying to show her that a little bit with the word white, but yeah, that makes sense, brother. I just don't. I don't want her to come and say, "Well, I think Sean has a problem with me," and I want you to clearly say whether you did or didn't. And you clearly said you didn't. You're just pushing back on the ideas, and don't trip, Arshawn. uh, Sister Juana has ripped me up, ripped Rico up, ripped us all up. You know, ripped OG Patrice up. She has ripped us up when she felt that her ideas wasn't being clearly understood, and she thought we were being malignant to some of the things that she was saying, having some malice towards some of the things she was saying, and that was her feelings at the time. You know what I mean? So don't trip. She come back and she act like it never happened. So
Yeah, it's all good. It's never personal, man.
yeah, okay, brother. Okay.
But I'll see you
Um,
next time, brother Clarence.
okay, thank you for coming up, Arshawn. Appreciate you, brother. Have a
Yep,
good
and
show.
peace, Marcus.
Peace, Arshawn.
Arshawn, shout
Peace,
the channel
peace.
out. Shout the channel out. Shout
Oh
the
yeah,
name.
you can find me on Critically Drinking with Rico and Rashawn here on YouTube. We stream every Monday, but I try to drop a little clips and stuff throughout the week. So there'll be something coming every day, a little short or something else. Then on Mondays we go live 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Right on. Okay, thank you, Arshawn. Appreciate you,
Appreciate
brother.
you.
Okay, brother Mark, you there?
What's up? What's up, Clarence?
Okay, brother, what you got to say, man? You heard the whole situation. What do you think, brother?
As far as presenting to the culture of race and how they look at people in a certain way, is that what you mean?
Whatever you want to talk about. You heard the whole stream. Yeah, whatever you want to talk about.
I think people need to understand that there's a difference between anger and passion. When it comes to passion, people tend to say, "Oh, you're just angry or bitter about this. But no, it's because people are passionate because they care. They want to care because they want to see progress, you know.
Right.
And coming to, I'm not trying to defend Arshawn, but I'm understanding where he's coming from because you can not know a person and disagree with their viewpoints, even if you want to look at it as a point where you find it kind of repulsive or you find it like harmful to others. It could possibly be that way. You have to understand and respect. That's how they are looking at it from their point of view. You can use an example of, like, let's say politics, for example. Certain policies or rules or laws can be harmful to a certain demographic of people, and people are going to take a passionate, caring rise to it. And some may be angry about it, but rightfully so, because they want to prevent these things to happen. You can use Black history, Latino history, even Asian history, and you know, so it's an important thing to talk about. But from the outside in, people may look at it 1,000 ways. But to overall understand it, it isn't just because a person is angry or bitter. It's because they want to help or change things for the benefit of the future.
Right.
And I think that's maybe like a bad rap that maybe the Black community gets, and certain organizations represent the Black community. And sometimes when these organizations somehow disappoint or let down the community, it kind of puts a stain on it in a way, if you understand what I'm saying. You know, Black Lives Matter, when certain things were getting exposed about Black Lives Matter, it kind of, I don't know, I can't really speak for you know, the Black community, but it sounded like some of them were disappointed or hurt because they were expecting to get more help or aid from them, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, Black Lives Matter was a complete disaster. But the premise was good. It was based
the
on
message.
a good premise. Yeah, yeah, it was based on a good premise, and so it's just that. See, the thing about it is when people put money behind something, they want something for their money. I mean, they're not gonna just put millions of dollars into this situation. They're gonna want
Hmm.
something for it. And what they wanted, what the people that invested in Black Lives Matters wanted in exchange was to rearrange the agenda, and so
Hmm.
which they did. So with the agenda rearranged, you got rid of a lot of the people that was in the initial organization stage of the group. Those people said, "Hey, I'm not. This ain't what I signed up for. I wanted us to do this, and now you guys are trying to do this. So a lot of those people left. Now you left with the people that are on the agenda of the LGBTQ community and the I won't say the far right, but some of the right messages over in the camp of the right.
Leaning
So
more towards the right wing.
yeah, you know what I mean, as far as getting some of that stuff done. I would say right wing of the Democratic Party.
Right,
Trying to
right.
get
There you go.
right. So that's what happened. A lot of the original people just split because they said this is not the same situation that we. And so it and we could see it start going a certain different way. It started getting, it started veering off a little bit, and next thing you know, it was way over here, right?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
way over here. And so, um, and when you do something like that, just like the church, right? You have pastors in the church that's working hard, man. They got youth programs. They're doing all this good work, and then they got one person that comes up in there that just destroys the whole thing by, jumping on one of the children or, sleeping with one of the wives or something. I mean, just they destroy everything, right? And they
Yep.
say that church, they say that church ain't no good, but it wasn't the church that did it. It was just one person.
Individual.
Same thing happens for Black Lives Matter. It wasn't those of us that believe in that original agenda or original premise. It was the people that they installed in those positions that went amok and went out and took the money, did all kind of different stuff. But yeah, Mark, I agree with what you're saying, man. Yeah, it's
Well
tough.
said.
Thank you, brother.
Y-
Let's
Yeah.
get Jay. You got something else to say, Mark? Because if not, I'm gonna put Jay in the mix.
No, no, no. Just the last thing, real quick. You know, people also got to understand and be aware to expect the worst, but hope for the best type thing. As messed up as that sounds, it's the reality of life a lot of times. Because when you have high expectations, you tend to sometimes get disappointed. And just like you said, people, when things are run by people with agendas can change, and that can be whether it's a presidency term or House or Congress or Senate. They change. They can sometimes change month to month, and people just need to be active with it. But that's everything, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to Jay and shout out to Bro Clarence. But much love to all you guys. I do gotta go, but I just wanted to get my input on that and your output as well. Salute
All
to
right.
Jay.
All right, my Marcus, give me a call later on tonight, bro. I ain't doing
All
shit.
right.
I'll call. I'll talk to you.
All right,
Shout
man.
out, shout
All
out to
right.
brother Mark. Brother Mark is one of our vets out there, so we always acknowledge our vets. Shout out to brother Mark.
Talk to Marcus.
Appreciate it.
Brother Jay, what you got to say, man?
I only heard a little bit of the topic. But from no, but from what OG Patrice?
I saw that cutie pie. I saw the cutie pie. You gonna come on back? Come on back, girl. I saw you.
No, I just
Yeah.
wanted you to. I wanted you. I wanted you to know it was me. That's why I showed my face, because my picture is not showing up on the thing. But I'm literally getting ready to get on stage, to do
Okay.
this play.
Come on.
I'm in Vegas, but I came on because I've been
Oh, okay.
listening. I've been listening the whole time, and of course, majority of what Sister Juana say, I absolutely agree with her. It's certain things
Right.
that I don't agree with, and we can have that discussion later. But I just right quick just want to say, because bro Clarence, I love you to death, but I heard you to say that, oh yeah, Joanna comes on, she rips into, no, she don't. We have disagreements. We have things
Okay,
that we
that's what I meant.
disagree and push back. We need to use the words in the proper content, because I don't never want people to think that I have anything against my sisters and brothers. It's just disagreements. We give each other pushbacks. So let's use words that we when we talking about negative and positive, we got to start using the wording to make us look better in a certain lighting. And this
Thank
is
you, sis.
absolutely a great conversation to have. You know my contingent when it comes to a certain person I do not care to share the
Right.
platform with. And
I know.
it's your channel. I don't tell you who to bring on your channel because it's your channel, but it's
Right.
just certain people I choose to not share a platform with because of the blatant disrespect.
Right.
Understood, sis.
Now, I have been disrespected before and have gotten apologies from people that have done that. And I am a forgiving person. If I believe it's sincere, I will accept your apologies. And I say, brother, I love you. Let's move on. But I get nothing but contingent from this young man that disrespected me, and then he goes on other platforms and he lies on me. And that's
I
one
know that.
thing that OG Patrice will not tolerate, is
I
being
know.
lied on.
I
So,
do not
Right.
know that.
because I don't go on nobody's platform lying on them, but he has done that. So I absolutely want nothing to do with this young man, because I see he is nothing but a liar, and he does nothing but spread discord amongst my brothers and sisters. And for that, I don't care about him. It's just like what was said earlier. We can't take everybody. We can't.
Yeah.
and
Yes,
and that's just my stance on that. But this is a great conversation. I'm getting ready to get off. I'll join back on if you guys are on when I come off the stage, because I love it. Okay.
all right.
All
Love
right,
you, sis.
dude.
Thank
Have a good play. All
All
right.
right. All
you.
right.
All right, let me correct what I said about when I said that Sister Juana goes off on me, Rico, and Patrice. No, let me rephrase that. She don't go off on us. Well, she would just push back, and we would just have a grown conversation. That's what I meant. I put something on it, so that's my fault. I thank you, Patrice, and I think Sister Juana would have corrected me if she was here. So I appreciate that for you correcting me for that, sis, because I don't want people thinking that we're adverse to each other. We are not, and you don't have nothing against Sister Juana. Sister Juana ain't got nothing against you or Rico or whatever. So I appreciate that. And so
Yeah.
you know what, you guys was talking about this earlier, Jay, on knowledge and relationships, about being able to take correction and being able to work together. See how she gave me that, and I was like, I could have been like, wait a minute, Patrice, see, but no, that's my sister, and I know if she talking to me, even if she said, "Clarence, your pants are down," I know she's talking to me from a place of love. So whatever she say, I'm gonna say, you know what, sis, you're right. Even and if I disagree with her, I'll disagree with her in love. I'm not just like I did with Sister Wanda. I'm not gonna be pushing all up against her and trying to talk about her, calling her out her name and that. Well, I would never do nothing like that to nobody, but especially her and Sister Wanda. I would never do nothing like that. I respect them way too much. But I'm just saying, that's how we got to disagree. We got to learn how to disagree, or like she DP'd me, right in the street. They say you got DP'd. She DP'd me, but it's all good. She did it with love. I could take it. All right, Jay. I've been talking and talking and talking, brother. What you got to say? You heard the whole thing, man. What you got to say? Bring in, put your spin on it, brother. What you got to say?
All right, just give me a quick summary of the beginning a little bit. I know a little bit of what you and Marcus were talking about based on that, and I can't go off that a whole bunch, but just give me a quick summary of that, of what you of
What me and Marcus were talking about?
no, not
Well,
what Mark. I know what Marcus was talking about. I'm talking about like what Sister Juana, because I can only hear a little bit of what she said because I was working at the time. I just got off.
okay.
So, yeah.
Basically, our Sean came up here. Well, what happened was she and I. She asked me. She said, "Brother, let's talk about this race thing and the
All
CRT
right,
thing.
great.
When we get a chance." So we've been trying to put this together for about 3 weeks. So finally, she had the time to do it. So we did it, right? Okay. So, but she got a little. This is my opinion. Now maybe she'll come back later and tell me if this is right or wrong. But I think she got a little thrown off by the chat. by seeing people pushing back on her in the chat. One of those guys was Arshawn Dave, and so Arshawn was just kind of pushing back on some of the principles that she was putting out there, and so she kind of got, so Arshawn felt that maybe she was, you know, singling him out as this issue, but I got it cleared up, and so Marcus was just talking about that issue as far as that issue, how it turned out.
So misunderstanding, probably.
Yeah. Or how it could get, Jay, how like you guys on Knowledge Relationship talking about, it could get to, and shout out to Knowledge Relationship, it could get turned into a beef over nothing.
Him just make something out of nothing. Yeah,
right.
Over misinterpretation.
With her, and depending on how she took it or how she would have, she I don't think she would have she didn't take it bad, but she's just a very passionate person.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, that's what they. So Marcus, who came in, was talking about how Arshawn was just trying to give her a different perspective on the issue, and I don't think it was something that she should take personal. I don't think she took it personal. I think she sometimes she gets frustrated because she's trying to put some information out, and she doesn't think people are getting it, and so sometimes she gets frustrated with it.
Okay. No. I understand what's going on now that you've told me that. Okay. Like I said, I think I've said it at least a couple of streams, and I'll probably say it on your channel, Brother Clarence. So I always think there's a breakdown of miscommunication and a habit of points not being made, to be clarified. Because I tell people whenever we have a conversation, you and me are agreeing, I just don't know where the disconnect came from. Because something can get lost in translation a lot, and we really I'll address it. I'll bring it back up so we both can just knock it out of the ballpark. Not because we're angry at one another, because we don't. That's where the divide begins. If we don't know where the mistranslation was, then we can never proceed or squash it. But whenever you're having a topic about race or whatsoever, it's always a deep heated conversation. There's no way around it. It's always going to be heated. And no matter how much, I'm not saying nice I'll be, no matter how best of my behavior I am, there is going to be something that's going to get your blood boiling.
Right.
I've done topic sessions where my blood boils, but I grind it down so we can have proper conversation. The host cannot be in his feelings or going crazy. And he knows he has a crowd full of guys here that wants to say what they need to say. And he looks like he's about to have a spasm explosion. So what I think it was, what you just explained to me, is just like I said, it's a combination of the. No, I'm not saying she exploded, but it's a combination of the chat riling you up. If you let it rile you up, you can get you to rile up. If you don't understand, it happens.
You're talking to me, not to him. Because if you follow the chat, man, you're gonna get all off the program.
Yeah, it happens. Definitely. I haven't done that on my platform at all, or like let that get to me, because I've had good, respectful people in there. That's kind of, I'm actually, you know what, I kind of would like more. I said I always like more audience, but the thing is, I don't want to bring that type of cancery. I don't want that type of cancery there. You get what I'm saying? So no matter what little audience I have, I'm fine with it, because they're not inciting conflict and strife, or try to throw one of my people on my panel off the rail, and then we all get into a fight. That has not happened yet, and I won't let it happen. I'll move everybody.
Jay, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Her thing was, we're doing ourselves a disservice calling ourselves black. If what's your position on that? And if you have a different position, what should we be calling ourselves, in your opinion? If you have a different opinion than that.
Okay. Let me marinate that idea. We're doing ourselves a disservice by calling ourselves black?
Yeah, her position was black is not a nationality, right? It's not.
I think she talked about that before. Yeah, I can't remember which stream. I mean, maybe she said it in your stream before. I can't remember when she said it. Maybe it was in Black Men Unfiltered. She said something like that. It's been a while since I heard her, but I remember some of the words she spoke. We're not a nation. Black is not a nationality. It's like, something that America created, right? Is that what she's saying?
For example, She said Irish is a nationality, English is a nationality, French is a nationality, but black is not a nationality, meaning that French that's connected to a landmass, Irish that's connected to a landmass,
Yeah.
English that's connected to a landmass. Black is not connected to a landmass, so it's not a national, it's not an identity that you could say this is my identity here. That was her point. So therefore,
Okay, I get it. I get it. From which the land of where they were born and came from and rooted
right,
in.
right. So she's saying
And
that
we don't. And I get what she's saying. She says, and we're not from the ones that were brought over, whatever, in the sense of like that. They don't. Yeah, they're not a late. Okay, I get it. I get it. I'm getting it right now. I'm getting it.
she's saying that
We couldn't be considered. I don't want to cut you off, sir, but we can be considered Africans. Is what I think is what she's saying.
let me further lay it out.
Mhm.
She's saying that black is a label that was put on us by the Europeans that brought us over here. That's something, or not just Europeans worldwide. That's the label that they put on us, and it's a negative label. And we should not want and embrace a negative label. That was her point, in my opinion.
Okay. And it's not, and we don't have an okay. That context was needed just now. Okay, that helped me out because I was trying to connect the puzzle when she was saying that. Honestly, I might need some more thinking on that. But personally, by what she has said, technically she is correct. Technically, because since we're not in our roots and we don't know the culture from our rooted place, because none of us have went back there to visit. I'm okay. I can't. Let me not speak for everybody, guys. So I don't want y'all to get heated when I say this. So any of you who they're going back to trace your roots back to the place, then you would know what to consider yourself. But if you have not, then you're kind of I think she means just like you have no identity and name, like no identity. When you
Yeah.
say no nationality, like you have no identity. You don't know where you're from. You don't know where your roots are grounded in. And
Well,
America really is in your roots, where you're originally
right.
from. So
But
your name here doesn't latch on to anything
right.
of any semblance of land.
And so she was saying, and so I think her meaning was that other people have given you this awful name, yet you embracing it, and maybe if you stop embracing it, maybe some of your results will be different. And that was the implied thing. I think she was. Now she never said that, but I think that was implied in what she was saying. So now go ahead. I'm trying to keep whenever you say it makes me think of it. I try to give you the context.
No. I'm hearing. I'm actually hearing what you're saying. Honestly, I think I've actually said this for a while. We're not black. We're brown. You're brown. I'm brown. Doesn't matter if what shade colors. We're brown. I've never seen us as like charcoal. Like I hate to have to say that word. I'm sorry, guys. I hate to have to say that. You're brown. Well, I'm not saying you. No, Clarence, you're not. You're actually brown. You are brown.
No, I'm saying
whether you're dark brown or light brown, you're still brown regardless. I tell people all that time. Yeah.
I have seen some black people that what they used to call midnight black.
I've heard midnight. I've heard midnight black too. Yes. Sure, they said midnight brown. I still call them brown.
Let me ask you.
And by the way, I don't want to get offended, guys. Listen, I don't go out and call people that. I don't do that. Because I'm very respectable how I do it. But the thing is, our skin is brown, different shades, different hues, and we're technically because let's be real, do you really think you look like the black colored crayon? No, you don't. Even Africans don't look like that. I know we don't. Not talk to Africans, and I'm like, no.
Some of them are.
And yes, we look beautiful as hell. I'll say that right now. But I think in a sense of her statement of what she said, I do. I guess that's why I said technically she is correct. Because like I said, because we're not latched on to anything. I don't think. And here's the thing. actually, I would agree that we're away from our roots. I agree with wholeheartedly because we don't because like I say we do have a culture, but we don't have it here. It's back in our homeland. But the thing is, we have to go back and trace that to where that is. And if you visit it, I say you have to stay there like about 5 years, maybe five. I say maybe 5 to 10 if you want to be there a long, long. But I think you should get it in about five, like where you come from, what the culture actually is, what you celebrate, what you do, and what is the community cult? Not culture. What is the community? The very idea of the family unit itself of what you're doing. That's all the festival traditions. All of that is what makes up you, your land, the people. Once you know that, then I'm like, okay, now you know where you're from. You are African, therefore you are that's what you have. That's what you're attached to. That Africans are attached to their place,
Okay.
like their motherland. That's the motherland.
Okay.
So, and the same thing with Nigerians. They're attached to Nigeria. Like that's where they're from, right
Okay.
over there. It, People from Barbados, like yeah, I'm not saying that's actual things, but like yes, that's where they're latch. Like they have something to latch onto, like them, like where they're from. So I get I really get what she's saying when she said that because that's why I said I take it like 1 or 2 minutes to figure out like what she meant. So I'm like, okay, it makes sense. Okay, she's like I said, technically she's correct on that. I mean the last time I said she's actually correct. But was there
Okay. Let
anything
me ask
else
you
that
another question.
she added to that?
Let me ask you a question. Well, this is the question I asked her. I'm gonna ask it to you now. Okay. So I asked her if well, I asked a couple of different things, but let me ask this question. Um, let's take the B word, or let's take the N word, N word or the B word, either one.
Okay.
Both words. A lot of the younger generations have said, "Well, we took this word and reappropriated it, and now we're using it as a term of endearment for us."
Endearment. I knew you were gonna
Yeah,
say that.
right. We're using it as a term of
I hear that a
endearment.
lot.
But don't you say it, Jay. Jay, you can't say that word. I can say it. You can hang around me, you can be around me, but you can't say it. I can say it. Now, what's going on in that thinking process? What's happening in there?
You mean as blacks together as a whole can? Well, wait, you said
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
black
I mean,
saying
I
like
mean, I mean, the black people, the younger ones that feel like, hey, I know the N word is rooted in uh, death and pain and suffering,
right.
but we now have taken that word and now we use it as a term of endearment. But Jay, let me put you in. Let me put you in the Caucasian skin. You can't say that word, Jay. Now you hanging with me, and everybody else around me is black, but you're the Caucasian cat that's hanging out with us. You can't say that word. We all gonna say that word between each other, but you can't say that word. In other words, what I'm asking you, brother, is can you see a lot of disconnects in that thinking? Because I do, and
I
I
do.
want to ask you
I do.
if you do, and if you don't, and you know me, brother, if you don't push back on me, I don't have no issues with it. But I'm just saying that's what I see in that.
Well, the reason why I see the disconnect on it, like, is because they've been told. Okay, first of all, once you have I actually know people who do say it who are Caucasian. I'm saying like who have a Caucasian guy in the group, which they give him a pass because he's hanging with them. But he doesn't go out and call other people N words. He just says it among the group. You can say it, but outside, if you're not gonna let your nuts drop in front of big black people, then you probably shouldn't say the freaking word. Which is a lot of, which is a microcosm of reverse psychology to me when they're trying to do that. Because the disconnect is you saying don't say that word, but you guys are throwing it around like hopscotch or jumping jacks. And the thing is, it's gonna entice that person to want to say that word unless they're disciplined to not say that word. But the thing is, you just throwing it out like that, and if it really hurts people, well, actually, your older generation more often than not, then you might
I mean,
not.
let me say it like this.
Yeah,
Let me say it like
yeah.
this,
Then I
Jay.
said you might hurt them probably.
let me say it like this. If I don't want you to use that word, then why am I using it around you? You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's
why am
true.
I using this word around you that I don't want you to use on with me? Right? Because what I'm ultimately doing is tricking you into thinking that you can get so comfortable you can say that word as well.
Yeah.
And that's unfair. What I'm doing to you is unfair. I'm allowing you to come up with the mentality that, okay, I'm using the N word around you so much that ultimately you're going to be able to think, oh, well, shoot, if they don't have no problem with it, I'm one of the homies, I'm hanging with these cats, I must could use the N word too, right? And then when you
Yeah.
do use the N word, now we all got a problem. What? Well, I'm the one that we baited you into doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
By using the N word around you, we baited you into doing it, and then we got mad because you did it, but we're the ones that initiated that situation. To me, that's a hypocritical, because you blaming the person for taking the bait that you put out there.
Right.
Now, you are a younger guy, so I don't see it. I may see it differently. How do you see that situation?
Even now, whenever I do use it, I don't use it to the degree that I did when I was very young, because you're stupid and you don't know what words you're just using. You're just throwing them out just because they're cool, but
Okay,
you don't know the weight of your. Oh,
Jay, I'm talking about when you got your right. You got because
sorry. Go ahead.
you seem like the type of guy that's kind of well rounded, right? You have friends of all different types of
I do.
whatever, right?
Different ranges.
So
Yeah.
right, so I'm saying you're around a lot of your white friends, and you start using that word. You and the other black friends are using that word amongst each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
While the white guys are right there laughing with you, joking with you, everything like that. But most of the time, most white guys got enough sense to say, even though I'm here in this conversation, I'm not going to use that word.
Word.
Right?
Yeah.
I've seen Marcus do that a bunch of times. He's been around that kind of talk, and he has helped. You know what I'm saying? Because he don't go for the bait. But I'm saying there's a lot of white people that go for the bait. Now, my question to you again is, what are
Yeah.
you seeing out there as a younger guy?
What am I seeing? I'm seeing normally. I'm seeing a lot of people just using it like all over the place. Sometimes at different settings when they're around people and when they're not. So I kind of get that with my brothers and me. I mean brothers. But if you mean about around regards to my group, I do my best not to use it at all. I'm talking about when they're not non-Caucasian or black. I try to do my best not to use it. And the thing is, you have to unprogram yourself from trying to learn this word. That is so hard.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna take some work, because let's be real, I don't even want to bring that word ever amongst my kids and my wife, whether she be Asian, Latino, whatever, black, I don't care. I don't want that word to be used in the house or outside of the house.
Why not?
Every other curse word is cool, but okay, I'm a sailor.
Why,
But
why
even
not?
but even then, and the reason why it's not is because the weight of the word, the weight of it, is still there. And the thing is, I think we should burn that word altogether down to the dust,
Okay.
bury it
Okay.
or burn it, whatever you want to do. And
Okay.
because of what it means to our past ancestors and our grandmothers and their fathers and mothers. So if we're gonna move forward, we gotta get rid of that word.
Okay. Okay. I believe that. I believe that as well. But the problem is getting around the younger, because I
The
mean
younger
I believe,
generation.
yeah, because they don't see it as they're so, there's a point in the Bible where the Pharaoh that had the Hebrews as slaves,
Mm-hmm.
you know, a couple different points. One point is when they first got them. They first captured them and brought them here
Yeah.
to Egypt, and they said to them, "Sing us a song of Zion." Sing us one of the songs of Zion, meaning that these was people that was very jovial people, man. They was very emotional people. They was out there, man. And when they told stories, they not only told stories with their mouth, they told stories with their bodies, and they danced around and stuff like that. So they was always, very out there, with their way they spoke, and especially the way they sang. So
Yeah.
some of their captives told them, sing us one of the songs of Zion. Okay, and so they responded to them, hey, how can we sing one of the songs of Zion when we're in a strange land, and we now you ask us to speak a strange language? How are we gonna? In other words, they said to them, those are songs we sang in our homeland, meaning you expect us to sing happy songs, and we here as slaves, we're not gonna sing the same the way we sang back there, like we singing here in this situation. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So it's a difference. It's a difference in the two situations. But the captors was like, hey, like they were nothing. You know what I mean? So it's a point we got to think about ourselves so that we don't think that we're nothing. You know what I mean? But we continue to use these words, and it's like the B word. Now it's got first
You said the B word?
the B word. Yeah, BITCH. The
Oh,
B
oh,
word.
that's used everywhere. That one doesn't. I have to. I've done studies on that word, and even then, I don't think it's near to the degree as the word N word, the N word, because it's not rooted in like in terms of like what it did to us personally. The N word really has more weight over us than any other word, I guess. Um, I like I said, I've been looking into this for a good minute. It's been
Okay.
a while, but I have been looking into it. If there was like
Right.
other words that had the same weight as N, but that's the main one everyone brings up. It's
I would say
well,
that
I
it
can't say
is.
revolutionary, but it's the word that we all know.
I would say it is definitely at the top of the list.
Yeah, number
But we
one.
got
Yeah,
number one. But I'm saying we got other words like the B word, right?
yeah,
How are you going to have a thriving community when a lot of the women are calling themselves B's
they
or
shouldn't.
being called, right? How you gonna have a thriving community, right? Uh, so we know that like I said before, I don't know if you was listening, but I was explaining to Sister Wanda that bitch is a female dog, right?
Yes, this is what it is. That's what it means.
And okay,
Yep.
and so dogs don't have a high moral standard, right?
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
I had a friend that lived in Compton. I had a friend that lived in Compton out here, and so I would go visit her sometimes, right, back in the day. And so she had a dog, right? Matter of fact, her house was on my way to my partner's house. I pick him up, but I visit her from time to time. And so she had these dogs, right? And so she had a mother dog, and she had the papa dog, and they would have puppies from time to time. She'd always say, "Hey, you want a puppy? You can take a puppy." And I'll be like, "Nah, nah, nah, nah," because I didn't like German shepherds at the time. But anyway,
Yeah.
long story short, I went over there, and the father dog had died. Now she had
Yeah.
a big gate; she didn't let nobody out. No dogs could get in. Her dogs couldn't get out. So just the mother was there, and the puppies was there. So I hadn't seen her probably about a year. I came back just to visit, and she had uh, there was puppies there. And I'm like, where'd you get these puppies from? You been letting the dog out of them? She's like, no, 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 no. That's that's one of the sons got out with the mom. I was like, what? She said, yeah, he got out with that one over there got out with the mom. And
Right.
I was like, okay. And she said, I'll never forget what she said. She said, that's how we doing it in Compton. I said, oh, okay, I guess so. But my point is, dogs have a low moral standard, right? Like in a human beings, that would be considered unethical, right? Dealing with human beings, the mother having
Yeah.
sex with the son, that would be considered unethical. Nobody would choose to do something like that, right? Typically. Okay, so my point is, by calling yourself
Well, okay.
the
Anybody who
B
has any
word,
morals would and like common sense not do that. I won't just say
Well,
morals, common sense, literally.
let me lay it out, Jay, because you already ahead of the game. But I'm gonna lay it
Brother
out for
Clarence,
the
can you hear
audience.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay,
But let me lay
you
it out.
froze up for a
Let me
second.
okay. Well, let me lay it out for the audience. You guys in the audience. So, you guys in the audience, if you're calling yourself a B, B's, I just gave you the mathematics that dogs don't have high moral standards. So now you saying to yourself, you calling yourself a B, I don't have a high moral standard. You calling this other girl a B, she don't have a high moral standard. How then can we get this community to rise up and do something productive when we got women, we got a big number of women in the community calling themselves a person of low moral standards. That's basically what you're saying when you call yourself a B. Shout
Oh,
out
they call
to
themselves B. They're not calling each
Ray.
other B. Is that what you're saying?
Huh?
No. Make sure I heard you correctly. Because you said they call themselves B's, but are they calling each other B's?
Yeah, they calling themselves B's, and now they calling each other B's.
Yeah, like a
They
sister
calling
code or some type of. Yeah.
right,
No. I know what you're talking about. The sisters, like some hood sisters do it that I know, and I think it's trying to be like the city girls are trying to get are on that shit right now. Pardon my
right,
French. I had to say, I'm
right.
sorry. They're really on
Yeah,
it,
man.
and
Easy,
it's just a
easy.
term of their endearment they're using. But I'm not excusing that. I'm like, no. If I hear my daughter ever use the term like call herself or her girls, I'm like, no. First of all, I'm not letting that happen. Screw that. That's just no. That's not English. That's not proper speaking, proper grammar. What I was
Right,
taught, and hopefully, like most likely, the woman I put will have proper English too. I'm not teaching to speak like that. That's foul language for a reason. Even though
yeah,
I do cuss like a sailor, and yes, sometimes I'm not saying the N word, but like in movies, when someone says S B or the other B word, like I laugh at it because I know, yes, I know they're not trying to hurt anybody. It's just meant to like come off as comedic joke, but even though on the broader spectrum, brother Clarence, you're right, it's not cool. But it is funny. I, in movies, it's
yeah.
funny.
I mean,
In real life, you can't. It's not. It doesn't have the same like effect. So
it's,
we got to
it's
understand
many
that.
things. It's many things we have been conditioned or desensitized to see as a burst to our coming together as a community and doing better as a community. We've been desensitized to it, right? We've been desensitized. Like, for example, the N word. The N word, man. It was. I remember back in my pops. You call my pops the N word, man. That was a knuckle sandwich coming your way. It wasn't even nothing to talk about. Black,
Rightfully
white,
so.
whatever color you was. You called my father the N word. But back in his day, you know what I'm saying? It was, we wasn't having it. They wasn't having it. You know what I'm saying? And then to see now the young brothers and sisters are out there saying that word indiscriminately as if it's some type of like like the queen will knight you and say Sir J Takashi, right? It's like a moniker now. It's like the N word J, N word, my N word, my N word, my N word, and I just don't see I don't see the good behind it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I got a certain level where when we hear there's certain words I try to not have here because I know people are listening. They may not be listening now, right? It may only be 8 people here now, but on the replay they will listen and then they will say, okay, I see what they were saying, or they disagree with us and go back and then they go have a life experience that shows them, oh, they was right about that word. It don't mean no good. You know what I'm saying? So we just want to have everybody understand that, man. Words do mean something. That I will give Sister Juana for that because that what she started out with. That words mean something, and they do. They have an effect. You agree with that, Brother Jay?
I agree with you. They do have an effect on people, depending on which the tone you're using it in and the word period.
Okay.
Because I know everybody responds a little differently. If my father slurs it like yeah, some freaking like that. He like, yeah, I'm trying to make you feel that. Like I said like that. because I know it's gonna hurt you. He's told me that. I mean, he didn't call me that, but he was giving an example of what he used to do before, he got all correct and joined military and things like that. But yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Now we talked about words mean something and words have an effect. Even Sister Juana was saying that. Now let me give you the mathematics behind it. This is the mathematics behind words. Okay. You think there's space between us, but there's not space between us. There's oxygen molecules, helium, hydrogen, and other little molecules between us. It's like when you jump in that big cage full of balls at Chuck E. Cheese or whatever, and all those balls are pushing. That's actually what happens. You just can't see the balls, right? So I have a voice box that can have a vibration and create a vibration that can move along that medium. Oxygen is a medium. It can move along oxygen and move past to you, right? Okay. So now this is how hearing works, because I vibrate the molecules in my voice, and then I pass those molecules through the medium of oxygen over to you. You hear what I said, and then your brain starts to filter out and try to comprehend what was actually being said, what language is being spoken, what does this word mean, what does that word mean. This word was said this way, so it was much more emphasis on this word. Why was that? How does that relate to the first couple of words? And so on and so forth. Your brain does all that computation in 24 billionths of a second, right? Now, the question is, like you said, brother, how did I say it? Now, I can put more emphasis on one word and one word here and one word and change the whole meaning of the sentence, or change your response to what I said. Put it like that. Change your response. If I say it this way, if I say, Jay, you an a-hole, man. Now, we laughing about that. If I say, Jay, you an MFing a-hole. Now we raising up and we might go to blows, right? It depends on how I deliver that information to you. So that's the mathematics of what's being said. Now, getting back to the N and the B word. We said N-word, concept N-word, N-word, N-word. Now the N-word has a internal meaning, whether we want to accept it or not. Like you were saying, Jay, like Sister Juana was saying. There's some words, the truth is the truth. It's 2 + 2 all over the world. So it doesn't matter whether we want to say, well, it means this now. We still got to accept the reality that this word does not mean this word doesn't mean good. Whether we want to accept it, how are other people going to perceive it, and are they going to want to do business with you? I had a conversation, brother. I had a conversation with some people that's quote unquote going to war. They're quote unquote beefing right now. I had a backdoor conversation with someone, and I said to this person, I said, you don't want to make yourself radioactive, because if people see you doing X, Y, and Z, then they may consider you radioactive, and they may not want to join your page. They may not want to participate with you in different business ventures. They may not want to do that. But see, we make ourselves radioactive a lot of times by using these terms. So if people, and they get promoted on the YouTube and on BET and all that, and then now people don't want to do business with us because they see us as clowns and buffoons, and they see us a certain way. What you got to say about that, brother?
All right. Yes. Well, you explained it very thoroughly. I appreciate that for doing that. What I will say is that, yes, the manner in which a word is used spoken is very important, but also you have to really be respectful to know that you can't, like, for example, when I go to Japan, Trust me, my English is going to be really damn great, and I will never even bring any of that nonsense over there because I really speak so rarely of the word in itself. Even amongst my guys now, I'm starting to get I'm getting a lot better at it. But how you say something to say, yeah, I'm getting better, man. I'm getting better. But
Yeah, we all a work in progress, Jay.
and yeah, it's a work. Yeah, brother, it's a work in progress. So y'all practice trying to untake that word out if you can. But sometimes it's been so rooted in people, brother Clarence, they have a hard time trying to unlearn something. Like I said earlier, like it's real. It's not as easy as people make it seem. If you've been saying it all your entire life since you were 8 all the way to freaking 30, what's the age I'm in now? That's a kind of like a probably like a almost impossible task for them. And you know you have to desensitize yourself away from certain words. Like I've always said, we've gotten away from the English language. Oh, sorry, hold on. Yeah, sorry about that.
Brother?
But I said we've gotten away from the English language like so much. It's like infuriating when someone tries to when someone spells like bad grammar. I just can't. I cannot with that person, dude. I was taught proper grammar for a reason. Like it's important that we keep up. We'll keep up. We use utilize the English letters words that we were given and taught. But the thing is, with like profanity words, like you just explained, and thank you for the explanation once again, we really should not be using words that are harmful. Like for example, even though I'll throw in a Japanese word that I can help everybody understand. Baka means idiot in Japanese. Since I speak the language, yes, that it can be funny in series or anime or in real life, but that's still a term used to hurt someone, to make someone feel dumb.
Right.
To
Let
me,
me ask. Let me ask.
a
Oh,
word of insecurity because you feel because you know they're not thinking smartly, so they're dumb. So I get what you're saying. It's just that you have to really be careful about the words that you use, and you got to know the meaning of each one. And if you slip up, like let's be real, I know Hispanics. I'm cool with Puerto Ricans and Mexicans. I got connects with people over there. I'll be damned if I use any of them words that used to hurt them. And I don't even think about using those words. You know why I don't think about them? Because I respect the people and they respect me. They don't call me any type of words, even if they're covering with Spanish. I found out how to say that word. I don't know what that word means in Spanish. How somebody said it. So now that I know if they use it, then I'm like, all right, now I got a problem.
right. Right.
Yeah. So, but none of my friends or their family has used that. Oh, that's nice. I love that. But yeah, they've done their best not to do that word around me, and also they don't do that at all because they don't believe in doing that. There might be
Right.
there might be one that's hateful out there. I can't say all of them because I'm not trying to single out the Mexican or Hispanic community at all. But there might be one, in a bad apple out of the bunch of them that'll do that. But don't think that they all do that just because one person does it. I I can't stand the stigma of that because it's just one person doesn't speak for my Puerto Rican brother Chris. I don't care. They don't, or his family, or my man Roberto's. So
Right.
you just like I said, just be respectful, be courteous, and just really understand the words that you think are cool are actually very hurtful. So people really gotta really be on the money when it comes to stuff like this, especially
Right.
if you're like transitioning from that bad life to a new life. You have to drop those words. I'm gonna be honest. I
Yeah.
think you should drop those words if you're trying to go into a better light, brother Clinch. I think you would agree. Especially, let's be real. Any of your daughters, let's say you had a daughter or whatsoever. You really gonna let a boy with that foul language from the streets start speaking that in your house, or let her even go out with a man that does that? If you raise her to be prim and proper and speak proper English, for one, you're most. I know what's gonna come. The belt, or the freaking battering ram, him out of the house.
Let me tell you. This is the one time I'm gonna give myself. I'm gonna give myself the freedom to cuss. I'm gonna give myself the freedom of cuss. Y'all, you guys take the kids out of the room, and this is what I would do in that situation, Jay. If my daughter was going out, I got a granddaughter. My granddaughter was going out with some dude that was he was saying, "B, come on, bitch, come on, let's come, bitch, get back in here." He was doing all that to my granddaughter.
That would be bad.
I would say, okay. First thing I would do is send my granddaughter out of the room. I would send her, hey, can you run to the store and get her something? Let's assume she's probably about upwards of 17 years old, right? I would say, yeah, can you go to the store, go up the street, go to the store and get her something to eat. Check your cousin up there, go to the store and get something to eat. We need some bread or something. I would put a dude in here and I'll say, listen here. I'm gonna fuck you up if you do that again. What you need to do now is get in your car and leave. I'll tell her that something happened. You're not able because you're not gonna be alive. You call my granddaughter something like that again, man. You do something like that. So I'll do it old school way. Remember Hawkeye? That's old school way. They send the girl out, right? You send the girl away, and you sit there and talk to the boy, and you say, hey, look here. You got about 10 seconds to get in your car and get the F out of here. Period.
Absolutely.
You're a dead man walking. Okay. So either you leave and I'll give her an excuse. Hey, you had to go. It just didn't work out. Or, you can tell her, but you're out of here. You're done. If I ever see you again, I will find you. I got your license plates, and trust me, you don't want to see me after you're behind. And we'll make it clear. I will make it clear. But thank you for bringing that up, Jay, because sometimes, like we now in fathers in today's world, sometimes don't know how to handle situations like that. You got to go old school on them. Man. Hey,
you definitely got.
Let's go back a generation. Imagine what your grandfather would have done to you if you would have said that to anybody. I wouldn't have had an ass left.
Man, if and the girl comes back or they see you acting adverse, you don't even have to say no words. Just acting adverse to the girl.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it, man.
It's done. You're done.
Hey, my daughter better come back here looking exactly the way she left. And then the girl comes in and the father's all smiles again. Oh, okay, go ahead, have a nice time, guys. The guy's like trembling, right? The girl's like, "What's wrong with you?"
Don't mess with the girl's father, man. Don't mess with the girl's father.
No, man. Or Hawkeye, he's cleaning the shotgun.
He better
right?
Listen, that boy better watch out for me, man. Right? Yeah, brother, Clarence, trust me, man. I'll feed him. Hawkeye, I want you to know this too. That boy, trust me, you better not catch me on a bad day if I ever hear you ever. First of all, you wouldn't be dating my daughter, number one, because I vet them boys. This ain't gonna be no free will on anybody's end. Okay. I'm arranged marriage in my daughter, and if he spends if I hear B, bro, listen. Oh, God. I got my hiking boys. My country boys out here, and trust me, and they love to hunt. And trust me. So you better you better think the words you're using, or you're gonna be the next pig that they hunt.
Yeah, for real.
I hear you, man.
I actually connect with people out here in the country. So please don't get it twisted. Yeah. Yes, if you're a father of any kind and you love her and you love your daughter and it's granddaughter too, and you know that there's some boy that thinks you can just disrespect her just because your daddy gonna let me regardless, or you don't have to like me. I'm gonna do whatever. Oh, you out of your damn mind, boy. You had no idea what I'm gonna do to you if you say that.
What happened to that respect, man? I mean, what happened to it? When did we lose that?
We gonna get to that right now, Hawkeye. We get to that. Me and Jay been talking about that, but we gonna get to that. And really, Sister Juana came on and was saying the same thing. In my opinion, is where we started slowly accepting our language, to desensitizing ourselves to certain language and then certain words, and ultimately it led us to not have a self-respect enough to be able to say, okay, I know this is not good. This girl's got a family. Now these young men talk to these women any kind of way. Well, first of all, let me introduce Hawkeye. Hawkeye, thank you for coming on the program. Let me shout out a few people. Shout out Truth, Marcus, and JP still in the room, and everybody else that's still in the chat out there, still listening out there. Thank y'all for listening. Okay, so Hawkeye, let me bring you on, man. Well, and I'm gonna get to your question, Marcus, but let me bring Hawkeye on. Hawkeye, you got anything to say about anything we've been talking about, man?
Okay, the whole topic today and your guest just just confused the living hell out of me.
Her or me?
No. Okay, so you and I are elders,
right? She is,
and okay, so the N word to me is like scratching a chalkboard. Okay,
right.
We just never used it when I was growing up. We just never used it.
Right.
So when I was young, the word was Negro. If you were talking about race, you talk that family, they're Negro or what have you. But you never introduced somebody, hey, this is my Negro friend, or this is my white friend.
Right.
Okay. So then came the 70s, and then and this was all identity. It was all about identity. You had Malcolm X coming on, and there was a huge black identity. So to me, and that's why this is so confusing, people would get upset if you used the word Negro, because now they wanted to be called Afro-American.
Right.
Okay. So we went through a period of time where the word Negro was a pejorative, pretty much, and you use the word Afro-American, and then it went to black.
Right.
We don't want to be called Afro-American anymore. We want to be called black.
Right.
But it had nothing to do with the way we looked at people. It was just the way you wanted us to talk about a group.
Right.
We don't talk about our, your other panelist up here, and the names aren't up, so I don't remember his name, but he made a real good point.
Okay.
The black people don't look like the color black in a Crayola pack.
Okay.
It's the same way with white people. My wife is Italian, and everybody thinks she's Hispanic. She's one of the darkest people around. So none of us look like the white crayon, and we're kind of all in that group. My extended family, all of my nieces and nephews, all married blacks. My whole family group is that way. It just was confusing as hell, because as a white kid and a white young adult, I always thought I was doing a service to the identity of your group by talking in the vernacular that you wanted us to talk in.
Right.
And I'll give you a perfect example. My daughter is in college, and a lot of these white kids get together and they use the N word with a Z behind it. Okay. You know the word I'm talking about.
I do, exactly.
Okay. And you knew I grew up during busing. So some of my friends came from the worst hoods in the city of Indianapolis. So I grew up with some bad MFers, man. I mean, some bad ones and some real good ones, but they were bad, man. I mean, you didn't want to mess with them. And I told my daughter one day, she was using that word with some of her friends, and they like calling each other that. And I said, if you went back to Indianapolis where I lived and you brought that word up, I said, you might not make it out of that neighborhood. Yeah, because regardless of if this is a term of endearment between you guys or a group of people or whatever, that word is that's one of the worst words you can possibly use. And regardless of the Z on the end of it, I don't hear it like that. I'm hearing the N word big time. And that just pisses me off. I just, I don't like when my daughter or my children start dropping the F-bomb, even though I will, when I get upset, and I'll let them know that. But the N word to me is probably even worse than that, and so today's topic just really confused the hell out of me, because what I thought I was doing a service by using the words that everybody wanted me to use for the identity. And now we're going back, and now people are saying, well, because I used those words back then, I was in the wrong. I should have never done that. And so now it's confusing, because what should I have done? And how often do you even use those words? I might use, I was a swimmer. So when we were swimming, there were about 5 black guys on my swim team. If somebody was looking for one of the guys and he didn't know whether he was white or black, I might use the word, yeah, he's the black guy standing over there, because he didn't have a t-shirt on. Yeah, he's the guy with the white t-shirt on over there. Well, I mean, it's just kind of a way of identifying a person visually, but you don't look at it, at least I don't look at it as being, I don't look at it as being denigrating an individual. And maybe it is. I don't like using these pronouns now.
Okay.
Hawkeye.
Yeah. I think I pretty much got where you're coming from, right? But I got some hard questions for you, because you are our resident white man. I got some other white people in my shout out to Sister Don. I got some other white people out here, but since I want to ask you some questions now. And you don't have to answer for yourself. I'm not asking you to answer for yourself. I'm just trying. I want you to, because you probably have been in more circles with white people than most of us as black people have. So I just want to get your opinion on some things. Okay, so when you see black people, especially the younger crowd, using the N-bomb, right? How does that make you think about the younger black society? How does that make you think about them? Just be honest, man. I mean, you don't have to, be honest.
I see it on these. Yeah. I see it on a ton of panels, and I get it when you're talking to each other, because there's kind of a dichotomy in the word. It is used. I don't know if you know who the angry man is, but he drops that all the time. And I never think that when he's dropping it, that he's using it to denigrate anybody, but he uses it in both a positive and a negative sometimes, but I never look at it as, I know as a white person, I can't use it. I know that. Okay. I mean, I know I can't do a lot of things, and that's one thing I'm just not going to do. And it pisses me off when if I would hear another white person do it. And I told Chaotic this one time, if you and I were standing on a street corner and a bunch of white guys came up and started dropping the M-bomb toward you, I'm on your side, man. I mean, that automatically, I don't even think about race. It's like, you're done. These guys are done. If that's the way you're going to go, I'm done with them, So when black guys use the word, I don't know, man. Sometimes I just laugh, because I know they're using it as a term. We're not dumb. White people are not dumb. We know that you are, we know that you use that term between yourselves
Right.
in a positive, in a negative, in a greeting, you know, but we know we can't use it,
Right.
you know? So that's, I mean, that's,
And Hawkeye, let me tell you something. That to me is one of the most silliest things ever, right? Because where I'm at, nobody should be using it. I don't, nobody. My sons don't use that in the house. I mean, nobody uses that. Nobody talks like that in my house. But that's me, right? Okay, Angry Man is a whole different person, and hey, he's allowed to do it. But here's the thing that I think is disingenuous about Black people that actually use that word, and even among white people. Like sometimes they'll have white friends that they will still use that word among them. To me, what they're doing is showing the white person that's among them, hey, we're all comfortable doing this, and it makes the white person, in my opinion. Now, you could tell me if you've been in that situation where it leads you to believe that everybody's cool with everybody in the group using that word, including the white person. So the white person may get comfortable one day and say it, and then think, and then everybody goes, "What?" Right? But they baited the person into doing it by saying the word around them. That's why I say it's a disingenuous portion of the situation. Because if I'm hanging out with you, Hawkeye, and I'm M-bomb, 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 and then you just hanging out with us, and M-bomb, and then we all go, what? Well, we're the ones that set you up for that. That's my point. We set you up for that. If we don't want you using it, why should we use it?
Yeah,
that's the whole point of the situation, because it's not a good word. It's not a word that I'm saying you are a valedictorian or something like that. You know, a good word. Hey, valedictorian. Hey, valedictorian. Or I've seen NBA players, they call each other champ when they won a championship. Hey, champ. Hey, champ. That's a good word, right? But now we spreading this use of a bad word, and we putting it out there in the community. And like you said, the only way you got to understand it is how you see it being used. Sometimes good, sometimes for bad, right? But really, like Sister Juana was saying earlier, 2 + 2 is 4, no matter where you say it. It's a bad word, no matter how you use it. I mean, I can't tell everybody how to not use it, but it should definitely not be used as a term of endearment, in my opinion. But have you ever been in a situation where you felt like, hey, these guys would be okay with me using this word? Have you ever been in that situation?
I played in a jazz band in college, and I was the only white guy in the band.
Okay.
So, and we played in a big warehouse in downtown Indianapolis, and we would go out to bars, and we would go out to small nightclubs, and the crowd would sometimes be exclusively Black. Sometimes it would be a mixture. Sometimes we'd be at white clubs and the whole bit. Right. And I would hear the banter between the guys in between sets, but I knew that it was a pejorative, and I wasn't going to, just like you don't use it. I just didn't feel comfortable hearing it. And I also didn't ever feel comfortable thinking that would be, that would strengthen my friendship with them, or make everybody feel at ease, or what have you. I just never felt that way.
Okay, good. Good point. Let's stay right there, Hawkeye. Let's stay right there. Why not? Why not?
Because that's the way I was brought up. I was brought up not to use that word. I was brought up that to use that word was denigrating the person that I was talking to.
Right.
And so you just don't use it. I mean, I wouldn't call somebody, if they were, I wouldn't call somebody a fat pig if they, I wouldn't call any race any derogatory term, period.
Right.
You know, just because I was brought up that way. I mean, it's a lot easier to be positive and be nice to people than to start using words to degrade them.
Right.
Because you don't know where that other person, what that background is. They might be the most intelligent person on the world and just have a tough time, you know, with their vocabulary.
See.
And that's interesting too, because like when we talk about Angry Man, 90% of the time he doesn't use it, but when he starts talking about some of these other content creators, or he starts seeing something that raises his ire in a chat, that's when he starts using it. So it's something that, you know, he's getting passionate or emboldened or what have you. You don't hear him using it in normal conversation, you know, when he's got, unless he's talking about another Black content creator, Black athlete, you know, or just somebody in the chat that's raising his ire. I mean, that's just my observation. I could be totally wrong, but
see, I don't watch his content that much anymore. I used to before, but he and I kind of started going this way, like here. So I respect him, but I just, like I said, I'm not a follower of his. I don't listen to his content that much anymore at this stage of the game. But shout out to Angry Man. But and that's one of the reasons why, because
sorry about that.
I'm gonna let you jump in, Jay. I don't appreciate any of these content. This is why I don't follow Tommy. There's a lot of them. I don't appreciate the way they, you know, eviscerate other Black people that way. And sometimes you got a guy like Tommy, he'll talk about white people using the N-word, right? But I just don't like the word, period. I don't think it's a good thing. And like you said, you're gonna get farther if you're trying to if I'm trying to push a point across, I'm gonna get farther with words that can actually be used in a positive way, other than saying something like that. But that's all they got in their arsenal to use. So hey, and obviously, you know, this is the sad part. I'm gonna let you go after this, Jay. The sad part about this, Hawkeye, is obviously there is a lane for that, because those guys got huge. They do huge numbers. Here I am trying to, hey, let's be positive. Let's talk about each other. Let's build each other up. Let's find a way to work out some of these problems, right? And I don't do nothing nearly that they do, right? but that's not neither here nor there. But that just shows that there's a lane for that. Okay, Jay, what you got to say about what me and Hawkeye? Because I got some questions for Hawkeye, man. I'm glad Hawkeye showed up because I want him to be the one that actually tells us, you know, what the other side is thinking, man. You know, how they view this situation. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, I was only going to touch up on one. I do have a point, but I always say this: is Angry Man really angry? I just got to know, because his name is called Angry Man.
I have no idea.
No.
I'm going to tell you this. Because I'm going to tell you this: if your name is Angry Man and you are angry on your channel, trust me, you're going to be in the hospital or probably in the dirt quicker than you would have liked. Because you're going to pop a blood vessel doing all that stuff.
I know he likes
I can
to
tell you,
smoke
angry
you're right. You're right, Jay.
I'm gonna be honest. That's not good for your blood pressure or your heart.
Oh yeah.
And even now, I know there's some things wrong with my body, but at the same time, I'm not going just like, even like I said, hence the name Angry Man just doesn't sound right to me. It doesn't sit well with me. Well, like you would think funny, but I'm like, no, it's not funny. And if your job is to rant every day and be angry about
Jay, have
stuff,
you seen any of his content?
I've seen a couple of videos.
Okay, right. Okay.
I've seen a couple of videos, but but I'm like, I haven't seen anything where he's like really angry. And if he is somewhat angry and going on tirade and rants, because I haven't watched all of his stuff, then yeah, that's not good and healthy. Not just for messenger reasons. I'm talking about him personally, right. Body wise, that's not good.
Right.
Because you're gonna pop something. But overall, Hawkeye, to what you were saying, I appreciate sharing your experience with that. That because I know some of my Caucasian friends more often than not don't use that word, even if they're like with a group of their buddies, they don't use that. Some of them have even separated from them because they don't want to be around people who use that word, and that's just it is what it is. And they got really up in arms that they separated from that he separated himself from them because he didn't preach them using that word. And I said, listen, they have, and I said, I don't want to say rude when I say it, but I said those people have less humanity than a sewer rat to me. The fact that you are able to actually remove yourself from them shows that you are the bigger and better person. That's really what it is. Because the thing is, you're trying to put yourself, your mind, and your body in a place of peace and a place of respectability in order to like not be involved with that. And I really respected him for doing it. I'm like, thank you. I mean, but I don't think you owe it to me. I think you just owe it to yourself personally. Because I didn't think of you any differently, and plus you weren't using the word ever, even behind my back. So it wouldn't really hurt me. And I'll be honest, the word doesn't really have any power or weight over me because I wasn't in that time. But even then, I know what it did to those people back in the time. So therefore, probably shouldn't say the word probably just because of the historical context that it has had. When I tell people that, like especially because I said, like I said, I bet you wouldn't say that in front of a whole group of giant 6. Well, I'm 6'0", but 6'5" taller than me. If you're not going to let your balls or your nuts drop and say it in front of them, then you probably shouldn't say the word. So
Jay, how do you get friends, or not friends? Let's not say your peer group, but let's say one level up. Let's say the older 30-somethings, 40-somethings that you see that you may hang out with in school, or you may hang out with at a job or at the bar or what have you when you get together on functions. Mm-hmm. How do you keep your brothers from using that word? How do you approach the conversation when you're trying to talk to somebody and saying how that word bothers you? It doesn't bother you because it really has no effect with you, but
no, it
just
doesn't.
in general.
On me. Just in general, like just for the people of the ancestry world. Let's say if I were in that situation, because I know my brothers have never. I'm not saying they haven't like never, but they've erased it from their vocabulary. Because one of them is Puerto Rican, he never ever uses the word. One is black, similar to me, and he erased it because he has kids, but also he cleaned up because he had a family, so that's why he never uses it. But if there was a said situation, if I ran into somebody who said that word,
yeah,
how I would approach it. Let's say because most cats you don't do it where I'm from, but I guess if we're like in a social gathering, you say the N word, like bro, you probably shouldn't. And I said you probably shouldn't say that word because if we're like in like let's say we're in like an art gala. You do not use there's a time and place for words, but you should not use that word. That's how I would approach that off first off, saying like that. Not to say that he shouldn't just further use it, but I said there's a time and place for words. You don't use that here. You don't use period. You don't use people. This is a whole different vibe, whole different section of class of people. You do not use that word at all. So, but I would start, but I would say like time and place. And then I say, don't use that word. I would say, don't use that word purely in front of people who are, I hate to have to say it. It sounds so polarizing. People who are not us.
Okay. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, there you go. So you look at the three of us on the panel and you look at our skin color, mm-hmm. but we're the brothers. We're the people that are going to make, we're the people that are going to take this whole country to the next level.
Yes.
Because it's on both sides. There's groups that just don't want to come along. They're set in their ways. They're not going to change, and they don't want to come along. And I feel bad for them, because it's easy for us to bring them along. You know, it's easy for us, like you were talking about the art gallery. I had an art scholarship. I mean, that's where I started everything back in the 70s. And I had a huge graphic arts business. The arts to me were, you know, top of the line, man. I mean, that's what it was all about.
Mm-hmm.
But, and I had friends that of both races that they had come along. That's where they were going, you know. But then I had groups on both sides that they just didn't want to participate. You know, I mean, it's, you know, they were set in their ways. They didn't want to move along. Both sides, they just wanted to be angry. I think people just do they just want to be angry because maybe their financial situation isn't right, or their social situation is substandard? Do they just want to be angry? I don't know. I don't want to be angry, man. I'd rather. I've told all my kids this. I just walk away from people if people are putting me in that kind of position, and I'm not a little guy, and I won't physically. I'll handle myself, but I'm not going to I just walk away. You know, I don't need to show force here. I'm just going to walk away. You know, and why are these people so angry? I look at everybody that is like that, both sides of the coin. It's like all I see is this, and I'm not Mr. You know, passivity. You know, I'm not the passive guy, because my kids blow me crap all the time because I'm so passionate about things. I get extremely loud and passionate, and they all know it, you know.
Yeah.
But conversely, I get passionate when people don't want to come along, when they just want to bend the society out of shape. I don't have time for them.
Yeah, they're trying to form it to their will.
Let me address something you said, Hawkeye. So you said, why are some of these people so angry? I think on both sides, what has happened is, see, a lot of them have had difficulties in their lives, challenges, traumas in their lives. And what becomes the easiest thing to attribute that to is an outside person that's this thing that's so out there, right? This the all powerful white man. He's, you know what I mean? Or the evil destroying our culture black man, right? It's just easy to put it on the outside person, right? Because you've had all these different traumas and different things. And then when you get with the right group, that will reaffirm that position, now you're empowered. This is my opinion. These are all my opinions. Don't blame Hawkeye. This is my opinion.
I'm with you. I'm with you. We're paddling the same boat, man.
You guys tell me when I go off the rails, because you know I don't have no problem with the pushback. Okay, so what happens is it gets easy to let's just blame that person out there. Let's just blame that person out there. And what happens is people like that, they congregate. And then they congregate. You guys remember Star Wars? Remember Star Wars?
Yeah.
What was the one thing they were trying to do in the whole first movie? Where is the rebel base? We're going to knock that thing out, man. Where is the rebel base? Why? Because when you have people that think outside of the collective, they will start a core of resistance. And once they start this core of resistance, then you got confusion going on, right? And we can never get the people on a straight line to actually progress to the next level, right? But the whole thing, they were like, "Hey, tell us where the rebel base is." Oh, it's not on Alderaan. No, it's not on Alderaan. Boom, they blew up Alderaan, right? Where you got the famous, that's not a moon, right?
That's not a moon. Yeah.
But the point is, they spent the whole movie looking for Darth Vader and those guys, the Empire was looking for the rebel base. Why? Because you don't want people that's with opposing views that can break down what you're talking about, congregating together and coming into some power, and then financing themselves, and then going out and being able to move on that power, right? So I think it's easier for us as simple people, right? Oh, I can just, it's the big bad white man. He's keeping me down. He has his foot on me. And Hawkeye can say, oh, it's those black guys, man. They just keep, they are the reason why our society is falling apart, right?
That's a Family Guy. Remember that.
Yeah, but the hardest guy to debate is the ignorant guy.
Yeah.
On both sides, because it's like, dude, real life is not from the movies. You can't watch a movie and say, oh yeah, look what was in this. There's code in this movie or some kind of, it's like, dude, life is not like that. I can't argue. I can't even debate an ignorant person because they have such a mindset around things that are not real.
Right.
And I'm not, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you all three of us on panel have had bad things happen to us in our lives. I'm sure of it. I don't know anybody that hasn't. And how you overcome those shows your mettle. It shows your strength. It's why people look up to you. It's why people want you to come to work for them. It's why people want to enjoy your company. That is the strength of our society. That's the strength of this three people right here. And if I've got to try to debate an ignorant person, I just have to walk away because I'm never going to get that person to think, even start to think logically. I can't get them there. I can't get them over that first speed bump. Now don't get me wrong. I still try. I'm not going to give up on these people, but if I can see I can't get you over that first speed bump to go ahead and start taking this journey, that's a tough one, man, because I can't argue with ignorance.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Now, I got a question for you guys. Has the N-bomb or the B word been remastered for the new generation? Meaning that, in you guys' opinion, they say that the N-word has been, we retook it, and we made it into a term of endearment. Now, I know Hawkeye was just saying that he's been around that situation, but now we're talking about today's young person. Has the N word or the B word been rematched for new generation? In other words, are those words bringing them, giving them the self-confidence and self awareness that they are looking for? In you guys' opinion, and any one of you guys can jump in.
Okay, so I'm in a college town. Okay, so the group of kids, I told you my daughter uses this word a lot when they were talking. And I even see in groups, we'll have a big party at our house here, and it'll be a mixed group of kids. And that group of kids, black or white, don't have a problem using that word with each other. Now,
right.
These are not poor kids. Okay. Right. These are not poor kids. So why are they using it? Do they want to assimilate? Do they want to be part of a culture that they're not part of? The rich white kids and the rich black kids, do they want to think they're cool because they're using that word. I mean, really, sometimes that's what I think that's the only reason to use it. You know, why do white white kids start talking with that black vernacular? Are they just trying to be cool? You know, you hear.
Oh, right there, Hawkeye. What do you mean by black vernacular? And I'm just asking you to identify, because I love that you're here, and I want you to identify what you, as a white man, see as black vernacular.
They'll talk just like the angry man. They'll to each other. Okay, so they're going to use the N word. They're not the N with the Z. Instead of using the B words, they say, biatch. Okay.
Yeah.
They use a lot of those kind of words, talk to one another, and I don't get it. It's like, you guys don't, if I could take them to an art museum and they'd all understand what was going on there. Right. Some of them would even recognize some of the paintings that were there. Why, when you get together and everybody's getting drunk, and that you want to be somebody else, Right.
But see, here's the thing, Hawkeye. So a lot of them, and I don't care what the color is, a lot of them see that, like you said, the vernacular being pushed on different social media. Because if it was really bad, there's certain, to put it in perspective, there's certain similar words we could not say about Jewish people. Those words could not be said, and you don't even see Jewish people, because why? This platform, YouTube, would shut the platform down. It would just shut it down. It wouldn't even let those words be said. Right? Now that's another discussion, but I'm trying to get people to see what's actually going on and how it has an effect. But those words are being pushed to the younger generation. And for what reason? That's debatable. But the point is, those are hurtful words, and they should not be getting pointed out. Okay, Hawkeye, sorry about that. Go ahead. I'm gonna do
that. You bring up a really good point, man. I was having this conversation with my daughter the other day, because she was doing a paper for her rhetoric class, and they were talking about euphemisms, and the paper was on the Japanese internment camps, okay, during World War II.
Wow.
And so the euphemisms they were using were trying to lighten how the government was actually reacting to what they were doing. So they use euphemisms, and instead of calling it instead of calling it like a concentration camp, they would call it an internment camp.
Right.
And that's how they got around it. And so I was part of this whole rhetoric paper was she had to look up a lot of these euphemisms, and then she had to decide whether the definitions of these euphemisms was correct. Okay. So I asked her, I said, well, where are you getting all this information? And she says, well, a lot of this is on Wikipedia, some of this is on Google. I said, have you ever gone to a Webster's dictionary? Have you ever done that? And she says, no. I said, look it up. And I said, look all these words up and just use the Webster's definition. Well, how do I know Webster's is correct? I said, this has been, this is since the 1700s. This is what our whole society deems as truth. Okay. Whether it's slang, there's a lot of new slang in it. But I said, if you really want to start from an understanding, and this goes right back to what you said earlier. Words matter. If we all use, and the kids are the same way, if we all use different words for the same thing and we don't know that, if you haven't told me what you're going to call X today, and I happen to use that word X, and you're going to call me out on it, you at least need to tell me that you're going to use that, and don't change the dictionary every day for something else, and that's where we went with this whole paper. And she did 90% of it was through the Webster's Dictionary, showed her the Encyclopedia Britannica, a lot of this stuff that is, it doesn't really have an idealistic, it doesn't have an ideology set up for it. Some of it does, there's some crazy bents to it, but you can usually read those out. But given all the information that we have, there's some places you can look for correct information. And I call it Google truth. You can't get on Google and just type something in and say that whatever information you're pulling from is truth. You just can't do that. And if you do, that makes you look like the most ignorant person on the planet. Because if I can't verify with another source, at least, this information, then I'm not going to even accept it. And that's where I talk about going over that, pushing that people over that first road bump. If I can't get you there, if everything is imagination, if everything is in the ether, untrue, or we can't put a verifiable truth to it, I'm sorry, I can't be in this conversation with you. If I can't get you past that, I just can't be part of that conversation with you. Saying that to my group of cohorts that, I just have to let them go sometimes. I have 50 employees, and all 50 of them are, well, all but about 3 are 21 to 30. And I'm in a college town, and I listen to them, and being a good listener is probably the most important part when you go to debate a topic, because I can tell Clarence, I could drive over to your house today and I know exactly where you're coming from. Both of you guys, I know exactly where you're coming from. So it's not like you're going to throw something at my face that all of a sudden I'm going over there and you turn into somebody else. I know where you're coming from. I know where a lot of these kids that work for me are coming from, and I have to explain to them that Wikipedia is not where you're going to get your information.
Thank you.
Yeah. And what we used to, you and I, Clarence, in our schooling, we had current events.
Right.
I mean, every day there was current events.
Right.
You ask some of these kids out there today, they have no clue what's going on.
Right.
Not one, they wouldn't know what 1 minute of what was happening today.
Right.
And that's where I have issues with, and I'm just going to say it outright. The internet is, dude, I've been around the internet since I learned how to program in 1975. So
Okay.
I've been around technology since then, and when I was in art school, this tool that we're on right now was such a great thing, and it still is, but it's also being used, in a very nefarious type of way.
Agreed.
And, I get sad about that sometimes. You can't get mad because, like you're saying, that's when your blood pressure goes up, and,
Yeah.
you code out. So
yeah. I mean, the only thing we can do, well, first of all, Jay, you got something to say, man, to something that Hawkeye was saying, man?
Hawkeye pretty much hit everything in the head, man. And you know how I am. I'm a big advocate of Japanese and Asian culture. So I know if somebody's like just spreading lies about it, if they're getting it from Wikipedia, they're not really. Wikipedia is an uncredited source. People can touch and manipulate that whenever they want, right? Whatever the heck they want. Right. I tell people it's not credible at all.
Right?
He's 100% right on that.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I
didn't even use. First of all, okay. So I need people to understand it because I did go to college. One of the smartest things my professor ever says: don't use Wikipedia when you give me your reports because they're not credited. You have to get references and source. Everybody remembers APA format, MLA format. Everybody remembers that. You got to get all your sources from the actual spots.
Well, bibliography is what we called it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's how you know I went to college because I still remember them. I still remember them formats, and it's like do not use Wikipedia at all. That's not credited at all. It's people can, like I said, people could just manipulate it into whatever they want, and if you can go to multiple sources and they all say the same thing, but this says something completely different and it has no reference from it, it's made up. Yeah, it just basically made it up.
Yeah. And why do so many people believe what's made up? That's what kills me because it fits their narrative. Maybe you know. I mean, is that where we are now? You know,
I really think I'll be honest. To answer his question before we get to Brother Cards in this question, I really think they don't want to put in the hard work. And I'll be honest, most people don't even like to read anymore. Unlike me, I had to learn and love to read, but English was a factor of why I decided to read, to actually look up information. I think people have just gotten too complacent and lazy personally, so they choose to believe the BS as opposed to believing what was actually concretely written there. And it's just like, whatever. I'm just like, no. Yeah. I mean, I think that's where we're at right now.
I think the technology has given us a sense a sense of complacency because Jay, I mean, you a young dude, man, but you don't remember like me and Hawkeye, man. Back in the day, you had to know somebody's number. You had to know their number. You know what I'm saying? You had a number written down somewhere. You had to know their number. You couldn't just go call Jay, call Hawkeye. You couldn't do that. You had to know somebody's number when you picked up the phone, right?
And you had to go through a card catalog to find the books to find your books to do the research.
Right, you know? Right. You had to go into the library, right?
Right? It was friggin' work. Yeah.
Microfiche machine. I mean, it was a lot of stuff that you had to physically do, right? But now you don't have to physically do it, right? You can just put it up online. You can be in the bed and you can put it up online. You can put it up on your phone. So it gives us a sense of complacency.
Actually, Brother Clarence, I actually had to remember people's numbers because remember I'm a 91 kid and I didn't have a phone book at the time. So I still had to write that down. I'm lucky at the time where it grew eventually, and then I had that. So I don't want to get everybody twisted, guys. I had to remember somebody's name, the number off a song.
But you gotta give you a I'll give you a bow.
Yeah, man. That was a struggle. I'm like, I can't remember, was it 899 52 53? You have to remember it like a song. And I'm like,
you had the little book in the little drawer by your bed, right? And that had all your numbers in there, right? And
I had that,
right?
But you remembered those. You remembered all those girls' numbers, didn't you, Clarence?
Well, man, maybe the top three. Maybe the top three Hawkeye, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
You remember them.
I hear you.
But the point is, gentlemen, we had we had to work a little harder back in the day. In today's culture, they don't have to work as much. Like Hawkeye, what you were saying about the kids that were at the party and everybody's dropping the M-bomb. And why are they doing that? Why are they doing it? Are they trying to hurt each other? No, I don't think they're trying to hurt each other. What I think they're trying to do is build what's the word I want to use? A level of what is it when you look up to someone?
Admiration?
It may be admiration or build a certain level of esteem for themselves so that they can give each other, oh, they look at each other and say, oh man, he's cool, he's cool, he's cool. You know what I mean? And so they can,
I'd say admire and glamour. Is what I think.
yeah,
They
man, you
glamour
know
that
what I mean?
person.
Yeah. Or
But I
notoriety,
don't,
or yeah, I mean,
Notoriety too is another one.
you know, you see these white kids. White kids, they want to be black athletes. You know, dude, you can't be. I'm sorry. You know, you're
That's
going to be
not
a white
false.
athlete. You know,
Yeah, that's not false.
it's like you can't be a black brother in a bar. You just can't be. You know,
right.
all the language that you use is never gonna, you know, it's never
Make you
gonna
that.
get you there. You know, it's just not gonna get you there.
Right.
And
That's crazy. I'm gonna lie.
no,
about
it is crazy. It is crazy.
Oh, that's crazy.
Okay, Hawkeye. Because see, man, I don't want to let Hawkeye go away, man. Because Hawkeye's giving us so much inside info, man. Brother Hawkeye, I appreciate you, man. We need this info over here because see, a lot of people think a lot of this stuff don't matter, or it's insignificant, or it doesn't affect the other side, or you know, like white people are not, you know. I'm gonna just let me just tell you the real Hawkeye. They think, well, man, when a lot of black people think about white people, it's all gated communities and you know everybody. You know, there's a Brooklyn,
Sure.
champagne, right?
Sure.
Right. Right. So it's all good, right? Remember the old Eddie Murphy skit? You're a white person. You walk into the bank and they say, "Hey, here's money. Don't pay us back. Don't pay us back if you want it. Whatever. Just go take it." You know what I mean, right? So a lot of people, and same thing on the other side. Same thing on the other side. Some white people think the same way, right? Because one time I was having a discussion with a white guy, and he was saying, "Oh, you lucky, man. All you got to do is just go in there and say I'm black, and they give you money." I said, "You don't know, it doesn't work that way, bro.
No.
It's a very competitive process, brother. Yeah, they take the best of the best of the best and give them money. The rest of us is on our own, man. But see, you know what I'm saying? It's like misunderstandings on both sides, right? Misunderstandings on both sides.
You know,
So
when I was growing up, you know, my dad was in medicine, so I didn't think anything of it to have like, I don't know, I probably had 10, 12 families, black families, that their dads were doctors or their dad were researchers. I went to my dad's lab. I mean, you didn't think anything of it. Back now, I'm sure, and this was before I moved to Indianapolis. Then I moved to Indianapolis, and then my eyes were wide open. It's like, oh my God, there are really, there's racist people around there. I mean, there are on both sides. I mean, you know, I used to go into rooms, and a bunch of black guys that didn't like me would get into the room, and one guy would say, "Hey, jack his jaw," you know, and it's like, dude. And then finally, a teacher would come in, and I don't know, maybe I'd be hit a couple of times. I was a big son of a bitch, so you know, and I could take a lot. So you know, that's just the way it was. But then I had tons of black friends that were from the same area back me up. You know,
Right.
It just depended on where I was in the school. But
right.
and there was just no rhyme or reason to any of it, because I'm just this kid from Iowa I didn't even know there was racism until I moved to a big city. And then
Well,
it was
see,
just like, you know,
Hawkeye, here's what I'm saying, brother. Here's what I'm saying. When you have the mass media pushing out these ideologies, you know, pushing out all these ideologies that have us against each other, those type of things are going to happen if we don't think about ourselves in a way where, okay, like you said, you talked about Wikipedia and verifying those sources. You got to verify this stuff that they putting out there to you, because otherwise there's going to be issues on the same. I went to Chicago one time, and this is not too long ago. I went to Chicago one time for a seminar, and I live in Los Angeles, but I went to Chicago, and I went to go get something to eat because I was buying. You know how when you go somewhere by yourself, I can't come back empty-handed. So I went into a Target to buy some gifts for my sons. They were all little at the time. So I went in to buy some gifts. When I went into the Target, I bought all the gifts and everything, loaded up the car, but there was a Denny's across the street. Now that was back in the day when I was still eating at Denny's. I don't eat it. I don't mess around no more. But back then, I used to eat at Denny's, right? So shout out to Denny's. So I said, let me go over here and get me something to eat at Denny's, right? So I went over to Denny's, and as soon as I walked in there, what you could notice right away was that the white people were on one side of the room and everybody else was on the other side of the room, man. Anybody who wasn't white was on the other side of the room. And the thing about it that surprised me being from California was everybody was okay. Nobody really had an issue. Like it didn't look that was foreign to me being from California. But when I got there, I looked at, I was like, man, this is crazy. Because normally in California, everything is everything, man. You know what I'm saying? But out in Chicago, there's a particular area in Chicago I went to, man, that's the way it was. Everybody was cool with it. The white people were cool with it. Everybody else was cool with it. And I was like, wow, you know what I mean? But I took note of that. And I said, so there's some places that's still going to be like this. So my thing is, we got to, Jay, Hawkeye, we got to start educating people as to why they're not using this word and what these words mean. And if you're going to use it, then you got to understand you pushing this narrative too. You pushing this narrative too. So don't be mad that this narrative is out there. Just say, hey, this narrative is out there. Like for example, the single mother. There's a narrative. The single mothers are destroying the black community, right? Yet we are accepting them calling each other the B word and not saying to them, hey, you don't have to call yourself the B word. But you know what they'll say if you do say that? You can't tell me what to do. I do what I want to do, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. It's tough. But the thing about it is, I like it to see it from white people's eyes, what it looks like when they have to be around stuff like that, and then they have to say, okay, what should I do? Like Hawkeye, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been in a situation where you saw black people or a black person using that, really being aggressive with another black person? It may be a female or a male. And you say, man, what should I do? Like, what are you as a white guy seeing?
Okay. So I was, I told you I was in a jazz band.
Right.
And one of the guys in the jazz band lived in the very poorest part of the city.
Okay.
And he invited me to a party at his house. Okay. Now it was supposed to be kind of a band party, but so I went to the party at his house. Okay. So I had to drive through about 4 blocks of, I was scared shitless because there were guys on the street corners and everybody was popping beers and, everybody was looking at me like, oh my God, who in the hell? I have an MG midget, so I'm driving an MG midget in the hood and I'm a white guy with my top down, this is not a good thing. So I get to the party and I'm the only white guy there. There was one white girl at this party. And then there was probably 40 guys, and all my band members were there and all these guys. Well, a couple of the guys that I had, I didn't know any of these guys, but the band members, a couple of these guys got really hot after each other. And then my buddy, one of my bandmates that didn't live in that house, but was good friends, and he wasn't an affluent neighborhood, but it was a better neighborhood. He told me right then, he says, man, with what's going on here and what I've been hearing, you probably should leave. And so I left because I didn't, because I knew, I could tell that what was going on and the way everybody was looking at me, that it was not, things weren't going to end well, you know?
Okay, Hawkeye. I had the same experience. I was working out here in Los Angeles, and I think it might have even been Compton or Long Beach. I might have been in Compton, either Compton or Long Beach. I'm trying to think now exactly what street I was on. Alondra? Yeah, so right where Compton and Long Beach cut off. And I was in the course of my job, I had to check out. I had to, at that time. This is a long time ago, but I used to have to check electrical equipment. So I go into this bar. I go into this bar to check electrical equipment, right? And so I walk up to the bar, and the lady at the bar said, she didn't even look at me, and she said, "You need to get out of here right now." She said, "You need to get out of here right now." And I was saying, "No, I'm not." I was trying to explain to her I'm here to work, right? She said, "No, you need to get out of here right now." So I look over, man. It's a bunch of white dudes, man, and they were going at each other, right? They were going at each other, and she was like, "You need to get out of here right."
Yeah.
So I said, "Gotcha."
Yeah. That's the way I knew the minute that aggression started looking at me that I was going to be in trouble. And I could just tell by the way people were looking at me, and I totally get it. I'm in an environment that's not, it's kind of like the whole busing thing. A lot of these kids didn't want to come out of their neighborhood, even though they were coming to a white school. They might have been getting a much better education because of what was available at our school. We had aerospace, we had computer programming. This is in the 70s, right. So, and I told you before, I went back to my reunion not long ago, and some of these guys are, oh my God, they've made so much money. They're really well known in the field, and it's so fun to see that that happened, from these kids that, some of them had, they had tape on their shoes when they were coming to school, but that kind of reminds me too, as you were growing up, I'm sure you had white friends. I had black friends.
Of course.
What was it like when your white friends got together around a bunch of your black friends? Would you kind of, was the white guy kind of, your white friend, was he kind of out of the, off the reservation, kind of out of the program, because I had black friends that when they got around a bunch of other of the black kids in our school, they were immediately using the N-word, and they were immediately part of that group. And I wasn't part of the group anymore. You know what I mean? As just friends. And the minute we walked away, we'd be walking down the hall together and talking about, doing something after school, or, what are we going to do with music or what have you?
That's a good question for Jay. Yeah, man. Okay, let me say my piece, and then I'm push past it to Jay. You know what, Hawk, let me talk about myself. When I was coming to school, it wasn't about your color, your race, or none of that, or how much money you had. It was, what could you do? What could you do? If you can do something, if you bring us some type of resource to the group, you in the group. Whether you was white, black, when I went to LA Banning High out here, so 70% Hispanic, Latino. So there was a lot of people out there, right? A lot of Latino people, right? So blacks and whites and Filipino. Well, there's a lot of Filipinos too. So, but we were like kind of like the outskirts group as far as population on at the school, but like you said, most of the blacks hung out together, but it was mixed groups too, and so we had people that if you brought something to the group, if you could if you could do backflips, right? If we go out at lunchtime, you can do backflips. That was your skill. Cool, you can roll with us, right? If you could, you could get us free juices and lunches. Cool, that was your skill. I mean, whatever your skill was that you brought to the group, it was cool. You know what I'm saying? Now, I will say this, and this is something I really want Jay to deal with because he's in a different age group. I will say this: I never had a white friend that ever felt the need to use the M-bomb, even if you heard other people using it. And for me, what I would do if I was around people that was using the M, well, let me say this because I wasn't perfect, but I learned that made that person uncomfortable. I could see that made that person uncomfortable a lot of times. So I would just say, hey man, let's go do this and redirect the situation to something else where we would do something athletic or do something else because, in athletics, color really goes away in athletics. And skill level is what matters, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we would normally redirect to. But just hanging out, I never hung out with dudes that wanted to make another person isolate another person, because that ain't me. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it'll happen to you on an accident, right? Hawkeye, you hanging out with a group of people, right? And you think everything's all good, and then you go and you just show up, and next thing you know, it's coming your way, right? You're like, what? Where's this energy coming from, man? It was all good a minute ago, right? Yeah. So, but trust me, I believe that. But what I want Hawkeye, I want Jay to look into Hawkeye's question
Let me make a quick comment.
Okay, cool.
And this is just a funny comment. We were the last place in football when I was a freshman. Okay. And when I was a sophomore is when they started the busing, and they were bringing all these kids from the black schools, the black areas.
Right.
We ended up going to state 2 years later. And no kidding, man.
Yeah.
No kidding. No kidding.
Yeah. I mean, and so schools still do that today. But Jay, here's the thing that Hawkeye was bringing up was about how being that person that is, having that white friend and then having the other students isolate that white person. Did you ever experience that? Like you hanging out with your white buddies or Latino or whoever, right? And then you go to your black friends, and then next thing you know, this person feels isolated. Did you ever have that happen to you?
No, I never felt isolated or anything. And the thing is, I think the thing is me. I naturally accept anybody of every different race, Muslim, Muslims, Islamic, whether they were Japanese, Asian, whether they were Caucasian, whatever, the Latino, whether they were black, and I never, even if they were British too, I never see. The thing is, my parents never told me never not to do that. I just did it on my own, and I really had to learn how to socialize with people, but it was never hating. I never had a hatred of. Okay, let me say this right now, and I don't have a hatred of white people. I don't have that. Don't have a hatred of Hispanics. Don't have a hatred of Asians. Don't have a hatred of. How we feel about them now is different, so I can't really say that. But hatred for Russians, but I don't have that. I don't have any of that. I hate to have to bring that up now because I'm like, I don't have a hatred of people from Germany, Islam, or anything like that. I don't have a hatred of anyone. One bad person doesn't represent the whole group. I tell people what happens when you take a rotten apple and put it and take it outside of a bowl full of good ones, you isolate them. Those people are saved. The other one, it'll just die out. That's how I always thought about it. But at least for me, and this just goes to, since we do have a Caucasian male, I actually want him to hear this too. I have there's 3 girls that are Caucasian that I've made my sisters, and then they're not my skin tone color. They're not of my heritage. They have none of that. But the thing is, that means absolutely nothing to me that they aren't. Like I said, I look at them as if they were I look out for them as if they were my actual sisters. I treat them as if they were my sisters. And the thing is, we're such a core unity. I'm like the older brother they never had. And they come to me for advice whenever they having issues in the world. I talk to them, and I'm like, I don't think this dynamic could ever happen years ago. So I'm talking about back in the time where everybody was hitting each other. I don't think it could ever happen. Parents would have been saying, like, no, you can't hang out with him because of his tone.
Right.
You can't hang out with her because
Exactly.
whatever. Like,
Exactly.
I'm actually glad that I'm in a place time where I actually can be with these people, because if it was not, I would be on some self-hating shit.
Right.
Really. Well, be indoctrinated to believe that they are evil and you're good.
Right.
And I'm like, this isn't me at all. I personally say this. I don't think like I said, there are outliers in anybody's race, personally, for me. And I do want Hawkeye to hear this. I personally don't. I've had so many good conversations with Caucasian elderly males at my job. Well, not at my job, but like on who I deliver to. I've never heard any from the country literally tell me the way that you think is so different, young man. They weren't coming at my color, they weren't coming at race. They just said, you think very differently than the standard kids that I see nowadays.
Yeah.
Think very differently, sir. Don't
So
change.
So could this just be a solution looking for a problem? You know, because I hear this from your age group people all the time, and I don't hear anything about race in your age group of people. Anything. My two middle kids, I've got a boy and a girl that are probably close to your age, in their mid-20s, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how old you are, but
I'm 30, sir, by the way.
Okay.
I just looked 25.
Yeah. But I mean, they don't talk. There is nothing. I don't get it. You know, unless I'm been in an area that I just don't see anything anymore, because you know, we're getting a lot of kids coming in from the Chicago area into our city that are going to school, and I think it's incredible that we would bring kids in and families in and really, you know, put them into an incredible environment that they wouldn't have had otherwise. And I think it's great that they're getting the schooling. Yes. What am I not seeing, or is there not a problem?
Well,
or not as big a problem as they're making it out to be.
No, I wouldn't say that there isn't a problem. I'm guessing from what you're saying, just in your area, would you? Well, first of all, I need a little bit more context. Are you saying more often than not of how they're acting towards one another, or I guess like is there like tension?
No. There's no tension at all. I shouldn't say no tension at all. There's a lot of elderly, or not elderly, but there's a lot of 30-something Black men that are taking advantage of this project where all these kids are coming in, and these family kids, and they're taking advantage of that, but they usually get pushed out by the community themselves, you know, because they don't want to have gunfire in our small town. They're like refugees. They want something better for their kids, so they're moving here. And then when some of the ne'er-do-wells tag along, they're pushing them out of their community, out of that community, in our small town of 80,000 people. You know.
Okay.
But these kids are getting an incredible education, and it's the free and reduced lunch program. I ran for city government, and I was putting a lot of this in my platform because I thought it was really important that we give these kids, I don't care where you are. I don't care if you live in Chicago. I don't care if you live in LA. You need the opportunity to have the best education that you could possibly get. And especially if we're giving it away as a public free, you need the best education. And I'm all for, like charter schools or what have you. If you need to move to an area so that your kids can have the best education, I think that's the only way we're going to get past this whole bubble, is having the education, because it goes back to I can't debate somebody that's ignorant. If you want to stay in ignorance and believe some of this Google truth, then I can't talk you out of it.
Right.
And you're just gonna, in the same way with both sides, but I'll be the first one to put you in a school and make sure that you have an incredible education, because you're going to benefit my community in the long run. And if you go back to Chicago, you're going to benefit that community. Anywhere you go, you're going to be a benefit to their community. Anywhere. Just like you, Jay, I put you in any community, you're a benefit to the community because I can tell the empathy, the way you feel about things. Yeah. Clarence, same way. I mean, it's the people, and it just goes back to the angry, those angry people aren't a benefit to our community when they come in.
They're more like hazards, I would say. They're like,
they hold us captive. Yeah. I mean, they hold us captive,
Okay. Yes. So the angry people, gentlemen, brothers, the angry people, should we look at why they're angry and try to see what the issue is, or should we just push them out of the community? Because, well, let me talk about Hawkeye. You can talk about the white community. I'm gonna talk about the black community. Black community has a lot of angry people, right? A lot of angry people, right? And
understatement.
For various reasons, that's an understatement, right? For various reasons, right? And so one of which is poor comprehension and education, right? First of all, a lot of people are not educated, and the ones that are educated, and you can tell me if white people are like this, but black people are so focused on survival that they use their comprehension skills. They let their emotional state drive a lot of their comprehension skills. Like if you say something, they'll react to what you say, right? Yep. They let the emotional state drive their comprehension. Whereas a person that has a lot of the needs met, they're not going to let their intellect is going to drive their comprehension, right? They can take more time to just dissect what you're actually being said, and they can break it down and actually get more out of what you're saying. And the Black Panthers proved this. The Black Panthers they were wondering, why are all these black kids not learning? They're going to school, like Hawkeye, you said, they're getting a free education, but they're not learning. What's going on? So what they did is they started the free breakfast program, right? Where they started feeding them in the morning. Now they sending them to school. The scores went up. The scores shot up, right? So my point is, what's actually the issue? And should we take the time to listen to them, or should we just say, hey, you pulling us down? Let's put them up. What do you guys think?
I think the black community is doing a hell of a lot better than the white community when it comes to this problem. I really do, because
wait, which problem, Hawkeye?
With the problem of getting kids understanding where your community is coming from, the problems, and then getting your kids educated and upwardly mobile. I think the black community is doing 10 times what the white community is. The white community is the same way, but instead of thinking that it's another race or it's another person that's bringing them down, it's the government. The government's bringing them down. Well, if you look at the ideology, it just meets back at the same place. You know, whether you think that society has brought you down to this point, or you think the government has brought you down to this point, you end up in the same place. That extreme ideology becomes one. And I listen to some of these white groups, and they sound like BLM protesters, which would be on the left side. They're the same. So that extremist position, and then the ignorance, the ignorance among our brethren, getting that over that first speed bump. Get past that first speed bump. Everything is not a conspiracy theory. Everything is not against you. There is a way for you to get up. We all know it. We all see it. I don't know where you guys were growing up. I've heard some terrible stories. I've seen some terrible situations. Terrible situations where I went to friends' houses when I was in high school, and I just couldn't believe that they were living that way. It was terrible. To this day, I mean, those images are as clear as they were the day I saw them. But
okay.
Go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt because
go ahead and say
I got about another 20 minutes, but Truth wants to come in. I think Truth wants to ask you a question. He asked a question in the chat, and I didn't get it, so I want him to get that question to you real quick so we can get some clarity about what Brother Truth was saying. Truth, you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you doing?
How you doing, brother? Glad to have you on the program. So, did you have a question for Hawkeye?
Yes. Since he's up on the panel, and let me do this first, because make sure I don't fall in that basket. Brother Clarence, you're like pro-black, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Okay, so Hawkeye, do you feel as though that basically black people have been given a bad shake as far as when it comes to the community, the schools, et cetera? Some of the plights that we seem to.
Yeah, that's kind of a loaded question. Has in general, I'd say, yeah, there are definitely parts of our society that have been given a really bad shake. Definitely. Is it able to be overcome? I would say the majority of cases it is. Is it?
Agree.
Is the solution easy? No. It's not. If I could give knowledge to every young black and white kid out there, true knowledge, not Google truth, but true knowledge, then I could solve this problem overnight. And I think that's the learned knowledge that we all have to get. Yeah.
Okay. Let me let me hold on, Truth, because I want you to respond. But let me just say this: I am pro-black. I am pro-black, meaning I see the situation in the black community and I want it to improve, 100%. But I'm also pro-real, and if you're good and you with that program, I'm with you. Now I want you to respond to him, Truth, but I didn't bring him on here to answer a bunch of questions about what he personally feels about what white people or the black community. I brought him on here because I want all of us to see how when we use certain words, how it looks on that side of the spectrum, and he could bring that information to us. So that's what I actually brought him on the program for. But just to let you know, Truth. But I want you to respond to him. Go ahead and respond, brother.
Yeah, the only reason why I approached that because what y'all was talking about the last, couple of minutes was like it was sort of like tying into the community thing. That's the reason why I brought up that situation. But no, and also I brought that up is because I believe that there is, I don't believe in the fact that, especially right now, that black people are given a bad shape. I believe there's a way out. I believe with people having, being put in certain situations, their individual situations can be bad.
Agreed.
For instance, and then I'll just leave it at this. For so many of us, and I'm saying black people, we complain about our community looking bad. But I will see people go out there, fix up goals, fix up, the playgrounds and everything. And then the next day it's tore down, trash is all over the place.
Agreed.
Drugs, drug items, everything, trash, dumped all over. I actually will go out there and witness us take a can, kick it over, and dump trash in there all over after they got finished just putting up new nets and everything. But then we go back and blame it on other people saying they are the reason why this looks like this.
Right. Agreed.
That is a big problem.
That is.
So Truth, you guys pretty much saying the same thing, man.
Yeah, no, that's no.
I
asked the question because I wanted to make sure, I wanted all us to get on the same page. Okay. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're on the same. We're on the same page. I totally agree with what he's saying.
Okay, Clarence.
Yes,
sir.
Look at my picture, and look at Jay's.
Okay.
Now I come from a background that is European, but a lot of olive skin in my. This is my skin color. It's the same skin color as Jay. If you put black on my beard because I'm old, it's gray now. It's like we're the same color.
Hawkeye,
dude, we're the same color.
Hawkeye, now you talking crazy, Hawkeye.
No, get it. Now get it, man. Get it. I've got five.
I've got you guys next to each other to see what you're talking about, man, because you're going up the road.
Yeah, come on now. I got olive skin. And I haven't even hit the sun yet, man. I turned friggin' dark. But I'll tell you what, every one of my extended family all have a white and a black parent.
Yeah, I got you.
It's not going to be long. It's not going to be long till it's all going to be like that because we don't think about it anymore. I mean, that's just me. Nope. Maybe I'm living in some fantasy world, but I hope I have a much greater hope for humanity because I see these kids and they don't look, I don't even think about them in that way. It'd be different if you thought about it in the back.
Let me ask you something, Hawkeye, because you bringing the other side of the street over here. So I'm glad you're here. Okay. So you said that you are a business owner, right?
Yeah.
You see these two black kids sitting out there waiting to get a job. They're sitting outside of the office. They're sitting on the chairs and they're talking amongst each other. One of the black kids is, yeah, my in, yeah, my in, yeah, my in, yeah, my in. And the other black kid is like, okay, I understand, he's keeping his language down. Both of them have the same experience, Hawkeye. Both of them have the same work ethic. who you gonna hire?
I don't know, because I've heard guys talk like that, and they weren't like that. You know, they were only like that when they were talking to one of their friends. I've also known guys.
Everything's the same. Everything's the same. Everything's the same. And only thing you got to go on is the way this person conduct themselves and the way this person conduct themselves. Same suit, same tie, same shoes.
No. I got a restaurant, so do they have piercings on them? You know, I mean, okay, I'm not even the same. They both have this. They both at my place. They both have the same. I'm not even going to think about it unless I hear one of them, you know, using a lot of curse words, because I can't use those, you know. But
come on, Hawkeye, come on, man. You can tell us the truth, man.
What are they saying? Give me an example of what they're saying.
I appreciate you. Wait a minute. Let me say this. I appreciate Hawkeye stepping up, man. So that's why I don't want to run him away. I want him to be comfortable here telling the truth, because this is what we're about, the truth here. Well, I want the truth. And yes, okay, Hawkeye, you need some piercings? Got you. You got a nose ring. You got a nose ring and some earrings. Okay, those piercings, right? And then you got some tattoos. You may got one facial tattoo or something. If I have to add all that in there.
If you're going to be out on the floor, I might look at that. If you're going to be, you know, if you're going to work in the back house, if somebody interviews bad and comes across as being not intelligent, then the person that has the most, that gives, you know how interviews go. Interviews, anybody can interview well. But the guy that has the most intelligence between those two black kids, I'm going to probably give the job to. And the guy that, given everything equal, you're saying that they have the same work ethic, they have the same physical appearance. So I know that they're going to be able to lift the same thing. They're going to be able to move. But then again, I will always call references. So, you know, I'm not going to just give a guy a job off the street, because I will call their references.
You can't call the references. There ain't no references. You can't call them.
They're not.
First job for both of them.
Then I'm probably going to give the guy that has that's causing the least amount of flack.
Of course.
If I'm listening to him.
I would too.
But it's not a black or white thing. If there were two white guys and they were, you know, one guy is talking all. I mean, it's a
But I just want I want them to see it from your perspective as a business owner, and something that's insignificant, but it is significant. You being white, that to some of us in the black community, that makes a difference. So I want them to see it coming from your mouth as a business owner. This is how I look at it. Now Hawkeye is trying to be nice. I wouldn't. You know, I would see if who works the hardest, because he probably had some incidents where he picked the wrong guy or whatever, right? I get that. So
that never happens.
Hey, brother, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, and this is the last one, because I know y'all gotta continue. So this is to you, but I want to hear Brother Hawkeye's what he thinks about what I'm asking you. So do you think that, okay, we hear a lot of times that we hear about the employment opportunities are unfair towards us when, you know, the hiring personnel is white, correct?
I've heard that. Yeah.
No. I mean, I'm asking Brother Clarence as well.
Are you asking me? Have I heard of what? Go ahead again, True.
Have you heard of certain situation scenarios? Have you heard our people complain about the hiring process if the employer is white?
Bro, I've been in that situation, so yes,
right.
Sir.
Okay, now this is my question, and I want Brother Hawkeye's, what do he think about what I'm saying? But this is towards you, Brother Clarence. Now, if you, Brother Clarence, you own a business, and let's say a white kid comes in there and tells you that I don't like the way you are doing the hiring process, and comes in there and basically tells you how to dictate how the people that you're supposed to hire, that it seems like you're only hiring people that look like you, but you have clearly made it clear, like Hawkeye said, the guy has a lot of, let's say it's a lot of tattoos on him. And you know that it not according to, it has nothing to do with race. It just has the optics of the situation with your customer service. That's why you didn't hire. But he's claiming that it's because of the fact you don't like the fact that he's white. Do you feel as though that is? Okay?
Well, he's got the option to do that. I mean, this is America. He's got the option to do that. He should really look at the situation. But sometimes when we, as the person trying to become the employee, we don't see it from the people trying to hire you, right? It's like them dudes that be trying to get hired at Hooters, right? They don't look at it from the employer's position. They look at it from their position. You should be able to hire me. I'm a man. You should be able to hire me. But the whole business is built around that's their shtick, having women in there with the boobs and the breasts out and everything, right?
Exactly.
So if that's and they should have the right to choose who they want to hire in there, right? Mm-hmm. They should have the right to choose who, just like I should have the right to choose to hire. Even if I say to them, hey, look, you got these piercings, whatever, and that's it's not gonna work here. You know what I mean? Or he say, oh, you not so he can make up anything he wants to. Oh, you ain't hiring me because I'm white. One time I went into his place in LA. I was going the same thing. Now I had to go all over LA checking these electrical equipment. So I had to go back and check their electrical equipment, right? So it was a strip club. So I knock on the door, right? And the guy comes to the door, Italian cat comes to the door, says, hey, we can't let you in here. And I said, why not? I said, I got a right to go. I got an easement. I can go anywhere, to check the equipment. Oh, no, we cannot let you in here. We cannot let you in here. We have a meeting going on in here, right? And so I was like, so I walked away thinking it was because I was black. But the actuality was, it was a mob-owned place.
It was a mafia.
Right?
Yeah.
But I didn't perceive that. I didn't perceive that. He said, this is a family. He kept saying stuff like that. This is a family business, right? Stuff that, a normal person that knows about the mob would understand. Oh, gotcha. And would just leave, right? But I didn't realize that. I'm still trying to convince him, hey man, I'm not trying to get involved with the business. What does the family business got to do with it? I'm trying to get to the equipment, right? So it can be our perception. That's all I'm saying. It can be our perception, or it can be real. It can be real.
I have an interesting take on that, the question.
Hold on, brother.
Let you finish.
Yeah, and then y'all can go. So, because I want to make sure Hawkeye see where I'm coming from and Brother Clarence come from. So my reason why I brought that up is because so many times I see our people trying to dictate how businesses are supposed to be ran. Right. And they're actually looking for mandates to actually force a business to basically adhere to their desires. And not understand that it comes down to the business bottom line.
Right.
It's not, and I try to get people to see this. It's not really a race thing. It's just anyway. Like if I got my business, it's my business. Nobody black nor white coming in and telling me how I'm running my business. Especially if the way I've been doing it has been reaping benefits in high performance. You're not coming in there to mess it up. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of us got to stop this because, again, if we were, us, black-owned black business. We're not coming in there and letting a white individual come in there and dictate that. You know that's not going to happen, Brother Clarence.
Right.
You know,
go ahead, Hawkeye.
I think you would agree that in a business, probably. Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna let you get the last word because I gotta get out of here in about 5 minutes, man. So I'm gonna let Rosorch say something, and then I'm gonna let Hawkeye get the last word. We're gonna be out of here. You guys, hey, can everybody agree that we're gonna meet back here and discuss this further? Can we all agree to that?
I'm down.
Gentlemen, yes, no, yes, no.
Yes.
All right, come on, Rosorch. What you got to say, bro?
Yeah. What I want to say was building upon the gentleman with a striped shirt. What he was saying is our community, because like obviously like our families are broken up and many men are like young boys are growing up without structure. What we have now is we've now adopted a culture that's very antisocial, and you're also seeing that as well too in other communities as well too, as families, family formation starts to break down, where you see young folks not following traditional norms in the way they carry themselves, particularly the young boys. So they're not dressing like men, they're not speaking like men, they're not carrying themselves like men. In other communities, they may take on piercings, they may take on excessive tattoos, they may take on hair dyeing, but the way in which we do it is a lot more pronounced in our community, just given the high level of single motherhood. And anytime we attempt to break down this topic, we end up getting into like the extremes. So you have on one side, you have the folks who don't want any any rules for decency or for class or things of this nature. Then on the other side, you have black men who speak in a very self-deprecating, self-defeating kind of way, where they start taking on the likeness of a Richard Spencer or like a Jared Taylor. And a lot of the time, like, because we are such a culture of extremes, we never actually get to the point. So to wrap up where I'm going with this, sometimes it's hard to sometimes it's hard to delineate whether or not the issues we're having are as a result of the overwhelming antisocial kind of tendencies we have in our communities when it comes to the mothers naming their kids names that obviously don't give them a chance to succeed in the employment process. The mothers aren't teaching their young sons discipline. They aren't teaching their sons to dress and things of this nature. And because it's become so pervasive, this what should be a counter kind of like a counter kind of like a subculture within our community has now become the dominant culture of just dysfunction. So for many other people, it's hard to delineate between the dysfunction. It's hard just to say black to not be prejudiced when we have this overwhelming kind of a group of people who act like this, because obviously we don't have family formation, we don't have an organized community. But we could communicate this without going to extremes, like saying because a Caucasian person owns a business, they should be able to choose whether or not like very arbitrarily just based off of color or things of this nature because they run the business and it's been working for them. Obviously, there are laws that protect against employment discrimination. And like most things, you really have to get into the nuance. But we really do have to be better at describing these things without just like saying like primitive things like, oh, well, it's their business. We wouldn't be able to control their business. We have to get into the details and speak about things in a more context specific way when it comes to obviously like behavioral standards, like using racial slurs against yourself and dressing and things of that nature. So I yield my turn with that.
Let me stop you right here.
What's up?
Rosorch, can you give me your email in the back chat? And Brother Truth, can you give me your email in the back, and I will set up a discussion for all of us. And Hawkeye, same thing. If you want to, well, give me your email in the back chat so that we can have this discussion, because we need more time to have this. Is a whole nother topic, and we need more time to really discuss this, because I know Truth will want to respond to what you're saying, but I just don't have time to let him. So Hawkeye, I'm going to give you the last word, man, and then we got to get out of here. Even
okay,
me,
last word. This has been a great panel today. I was a little confused, but everything is cleared up. And just a real quick recap on what Rorschach said. I think some of this antisocial behavior is because we don't talk to people anymore. All we do is text. And as a business person, one of the first things I'm going to look at is your social media. So if I can find out a lot about a person, via social media. So, and I don't have an HR department. I do on the accounting side, but my wife and I will interview everybody. So it's a great discussion today, guys. I love everything you're doing, and I love being part of it. And you know,
You're welcome, man. Anytime.
We all got to be.
True.
We all got to have hands together, man. So that's what it is.
Hey, man, if we don't know what's going on your side and you don't know what's going on our side, we won't know we're not on the same side, right? We think we're not on the same side, right? So we gotta bridge this gap, and I appreciate you, Hawkeye, because I threw you in the hot seat today, man. But I appreciate you.
I got broad shoulders, brother.
I appreciate you, brother, because I you know, sometimes we need to hear it. Sometimes we get some things that we don't hear from white people because all right, I'm coming.
You're in trouble.
They're kicking me out of the building. So sometimes we need to hear from a white person that can articulate it enough in a way where it's the truth, but it's not coming off malicious. It's coming off like, hey, I'm just trying to educate you on what, you know, some of my cohorts think, and vice versa, the same thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate you, Hawkeye. Thank you for coming up. And okay. All right, peace. Thank you. And Mr. Rorschach. You know, we wanna have you come back, man. Jay, it's too late, Jay, man, because I got to get out of here, man. They're kicking me out of the building. So I used to have a key, but I don't have a key anymore. Because I wouldn't. They wanted me to sweep up around the building. I wouldn't do it. I said no. I'm just opening. So they got somebody else gave him the key. So shout out to him. But shout out to Jay, Takashi. Shout out to Hawkeye. Shout out to Casual Observer known as Roy Sorge. Appreciate you, man. Like I said, I want you to come back, Roy Sorge, because I want to have this discussion. And if you can give us your email, or if not, just keep checking in with us. Okay, brother. But I'm gonna pull you down, but because I don't want to kick you out, because I want you to put your email in there so I can send you out the link, and I'll just send you guys the link, and then we can discuss it. All right, y'all. Strong performance. Rose Sorge came in. Strong performance. Hawkeye came in. How about Hawkeye on the hot seat? Shout out to Hawkeye on the hot seat. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Brother Truth came in. Brother Jay, man, what? We had an awesome day. And then what about Sister Juana from the Jump Street? Sister Juana from the Jump Street. And Arshawn came in. Man, strong performance as usual. Okay, y'all. I know y'all want to get over to a certain lady's stream because she's talking about all this beef. So I know y'all want to get over there. I'm gonna close it out because they're kicking me out of the building. I used to have, like I said, I used to have my own keys, but they keep trying to they kept trying to get me to sweep up out there. I said, I ain't sweeping nothing. Now, forget that. Unless you give me some money, I ain't sweeping nothing. So they said, okay, well, we got to do it over here. We got to do everything plus open it. I said, okay. I can't be mad at that, right? Can't be mad at that, right? I'm a businessman. I understand that. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for stopping by. Appreciate y'all. Go check it out. Go check out the beef situation and see what you think about that. But think about the things we talked about today. Look at the things I tried to show you today. I tried to show you that we can have a conversation with people, and I don't have to let that person physical characteristics, because race is not a real word when it comes to physical, reality. Because you saw, I went through the definition, didn't talk nothing about skin color, nothing in that definition, right? So when you're talking to somebody with a different level of melanin than you can still have a frank discussion. We had Hawkeye came in, sat on the hot seat, talked, and then you can still end the conversation, everything cool, and pass information together. I think Hawkeye got something out of what I was telling him, or what we were telling him, and then we got a lot out of what he was telling us. So great job, everybody. Appreciate y'all. But think about the things subtly, because there's a lot of things going on that's unsaid. A lot of things going on that's unsaid that you can pick up from what Brother Clarence is trying to show you something. I could have been running at Hawkeye like this. Yeah, Hawkeye, yeah, how come black community like this? Right? I could have did that, but I didn't do that. Why didn't I do that? First of all, what's it got to do with him? What did he do? Right? Second of all, how's that gonna help? And then third of all, this man was gracious enough to come on here and give us the other side of the perspective. Give us the other side of the perspective. You know how they kind of looking at it, right? So we gotta treat each other with respect so we can understand what's happening. But anyway, I'll talk to y'all later. Tomorrow morning, about 11:55. That's where we do everything. We're gonna do the news, the hit parade, the Black History Minute, the Death by Simp, the job of the week, and then we're gonna go right into it. So I'll put that together probably later on today or tomorrow. All right, y'all. Have a good evening, everybody. Peace.